portion of foodborne diseases per population in the entire world. This is not the highest in absolute number. It's the highest relative to our population size. That means Africa, more than anywhere else on earth, bears the weight of diseases that travel silently through what people eat. The World Bank adds another layer. Unsafe food costs low and middle income countries an estimated $110 billion every year in lost productivity and medical expenses. For a continent working hard to build its economies, that is a cost we simply cannot afford to keep paying. Now, the good news is that foodborne diseases are preventable. Yes, every single one of them. What stands between where we are and where we need to be is science. And that is what we are here today for, to discuss. How can we prevent what is attacking our food? Once again, welcome to day 2 of Scientifrika 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for yourselves for being here. And I want the clap to be louder if you were here yesterday. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So, moving on. Our theme for today. Yes, we know that the event theme is Science Without Limits, Africa Without Borders. Now, I want you to turn to your neighbor, the person seated beside you, and you're going to tell them what the theme of this event is. Science Without Limits. Let's go. Science Without Limits. Africa Without Borders. What is going on? We are too dull for my liking. Should we stand up? Okay, let's do that again. I'm going to pardon you if you do it well. Let's go again. 1, 2, 3, go. Science. Okay. One more time and louder. Thank you very much. All right, so our theme for today is foodborne pathogens, detection techniques, and risk analysis. Foodborne pathogens, detection techniques, and risk analysis. In plain terms, we're asking this question: what is making people sick through the food they eat? Why do people fall sick from the food that they eat? Why? What is the root cause of this? That's the question that we're answering here today. How do we find it faster? And what do we do when we find it? So every session today connects back to those 3 questions. So I want you, as you are on your seats, ensure that you have open minds, because every speaker, every panelist that will be gracing the stage today is coming with their own unique perspective and their own unique take on this question. So get ready for insightful sessions. Okay, to kickstart this wonderful day, I'm going to be introducing our first speaker, who is our keynote speaker. Now, you cannot fight what you cannot measure, and you cannot measure what your laboratories are not equipped to test. Africa's biggest scientific challenge is not a lack of knowledge. It is a gap between the knowledge that exists and the systems, the people, and policies needed to put that knowledge to work. Building strong scientific ecosystems is not a luxury. It is the foundation everything else stands on. It's on that premise that I'll be introducing our keynote speaker, who is the Acting Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Science Laboratory Technology, NISLT, the body responsible for advancing professional standards and laboratory practice across Nigeria. He has spent years inside Nigeria's laboratory science system, rising from Director of Education, Training and Inspectorate to Acting Director General. Under his leadership, NISLT is executing a 2025 to 2030 strategic plan that includes digitalizing certification processes, integrating artificial intelligence into training, and building a network of connected smart laboratories across Nigerian teaching hospitals. He was recently at the center of the federal government's plan to expand NISLT across all 6 geopolitical zones of the country. Now, this respectable man will be presenting on the topic establishing strong scientific ecosystems, policy, practice, and people in Africa. And this person is none other than Dr. Peter Adefisoye Oluwafisoye. Please, with a loud ovation, can we make welcome our keynote speaker as he comes up stage to deliver his keynote speech. Keep it going. You know how we do it until it's up here. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, the MC, for that brief introduction. Well, I've been introduced. My name is Peter Adefisoye Oluwafisoye, a fellow of the Nigeria Institute of Science, Laboratory Technology, acting DG, registrar, and CEO, Nigeria Institute of Science, Laboratory Technology. I bring greetings to this conference exhibition from the Governing Council and management of the Nigerian Institute of Science, Laboratory Technology, an agency under the Federal Ministry of Science, Innovation, Science, and Technology, which was established by Act 12, 2003, of course, where I currently serve as the acting DG. It is an honor to be here. And I want to appreciate the organizers of this program. Of course, I can't mention all the names. The Osasuwas, Osasoge and Patricia, Ayobami and Deborah, who visited our institution, and of course were able to convince us to be part of this program. And of course, Fausat and Sulaiman, who always make call to follow up on the activity we actually have. VCL, we believe, is moving forward and is going places. This is a very nice program that, of course, we believe in the future is going to grow bigger and bigger and bigger. So thank you for having us from the Nigerian Institute of Science, Laboratory Technology. As it has been said, of course, we are going to be looking at establishing strong scientific ecosystem, and we want to look at 3 P's. Well, I will have added my P, which is Peter. We'll just make it 4 P's. But now we have 3 P's, and that is what has been given to me. Yes? It's not moving? Okay. Well, by way of introduction, the advancement of science and technology innovation has become one of the most important drivers of economic growth. Of course, for an economy to actually grow, it is important to actually develop science and technology. And of course, bring about innovation with the science and technology that we have. Of course, a number of speakers, mentioned so many things yesterday, especially about food growth and the economy. For us to have industrialized nation, science and technology must be developed. For us to have good public health, we must also have, very importantly, develop our science and technology. And of course, to have environmental sustainability and national competitiveness across the world. Of course, nations that have invested significantly in science and technology, we see them to be developing and developing fast. That is why Nigeria and Africa must be part of, global development. When we look at the richness of Africa, Africa is rich. But we have a number of fundamental challenges. We know that Africa possesses human and natural resources. And that is why, when you look at statistics, you see a number of developed countries want to actually get many of our natural resources, to transport them to their hand, to use them even scientifically. So we need in Africa to develop a global scientific and technological hub. We are talking about food. We are looking at, safety of food, looking at, because what you actually eat is you. And in Africa, we cannot just be lagging behind, in developing science and the technology that can make us to be safe in what we eat. However, many African countries still face numerous challenges, which include weak scientific infrastructure, inadequate funding, and of course, poor policies and implementation, limited research. We were at a university on Monday before we came to this place. And of course, while discussing with the Vice Chancellor, one of the professors asked a question, which is very germane, and he was talking about, a number of equipments that are required to do, big-time research in Africa and in Nigeria. In the past, it is easy for you as a university, as an institute, as a research center, to request for, equipment abroad, meet the manufacturers or send message to the manufacturers, and your equipment will be supplied with you after you have made your payment. But these days, it's quite difficult because you have a number of agents that are middle people that actually, are in between you and the manufacturer. So these are some of the challenges that we actually have that are impending or disturbing moving forward. So in this talk, we want to look at the 3 P's like I mentioned. To overcome these challenges, Africa must deliberately establish a strong scientific ecosystem, which has to look at the 3 P's: policy, practice, and the people. Well, I was moving around yesterday and moving around the booths in the exhibition, and I had this interaction with some people, and of course I was able to see some gap that we actually have, and that we have noticed even at our agency. That, many a times people will say that Nigerian graduates are not employable and not the rest. But we have discovered that there is no synergy between the industry, just like somebody was talking about town and gown. No synergy between the universities, for example, the institution, and the industry, which is a challenge. Even when we develop curriculum and people are being taught science, chemistry, biochemistry, physics, and all the rest, they are not being taught the policy, which is a challenge. The policy is not being taught in school. So when somebody graduates as a BSc with BSc chemistry, BSc microbiology, they don't understand much about the policy. They don't even understand, some of them don't even know anything about probably the scheme of service. What you are going to actually be after you have graduated, which is a challenge. Somebody that is expected to go and add, to the scientific discovery, probably in research institute or in food industry, does not also know the policies that are behind even his or employment. So we want to look at also the practice. It's not just being employed alone. Now, how do you practice the training that you have been given to? And of course, the people. So we want to look at these 3 key P's in this short talk. We need to understand the scientific ecosystem. We need to actually have good understanding of it, and of course be able to then now have meaning to be able to develop it. In scientific ecosystem, of course, it refers to interconnected network of institutions. I was also speaking with somebody yesterday, and I was trying to let him know that we are trying, for example, in our institute, to see how you can just go online, probably to a site or to our site or to a template whereby you can just probably Google or search for every laboratory in Nigeria. At the moment, we don't have anything like that. If, for example, I have to do a particular research, maybe in Maiduguri, that has to talk about food, from here, which lab am I going to actually be accepted to do that work? Which lab has the equipment, has the facility, has the personnel that can do the work probably in Maiduguri, or in Sokoto, or even in Abuja, or in Lagos? Which lab can actually do that? Of course, there is some certain labs probably that have, or some institutions that have their own websites that you can actually go in and see them. But do we have a database of all laboratories in Nigeria, for example, that can actually do some certain work? At the moment, we don't have, and we hope that very soon in the future we'll be able to get there. So we should be able to have interconnectivity of laboratories and institutions, of course, to be able to ensure that we have this ecosystem. Then we talk about policy. Yes, yeah, policy is actually key. I've seen a number of things that you see people, you know, coming around, they are actually qualified, I mean, with their certificate, the training that they have. But the policy is not allowing them. It's not helping them. It's not moving them because probably they don't have the understanding or the policy did not allow them. For example, when you talk about laboratory, there are a number of policies in Nigeria that does not just allow just anybody to work in the lab, for example. You want to work as a lab manager, you want to work as a lab scientist, you want to work as a lab technologist, you are supposed to be certified. But the question is, if I study, let's say, BSc biochemistry, who satisfied me? Who is going to give me certification to work in the lab? And when I was in school, nobody told me I actually needed a license, probably, to be able to work in the lab. So I've finished now, I've graduated as a BSc holder, and I start looking for the type of job I'm going to do. So that synergy is not there, and the policy, of course, is affecting. Now we talk about infrastructure. A number of people talk about infrastructure. For example, when we talk about accreditation of laboratory, we are looking at 4 cardinal things. We look at the personnel, you look at the infrastructure, which we are talking about now, we look at the infrastructure, then we look at the equipment that we have, and we look at the people. We look at, the documentation, the policies. So, infrastructure, what are the infrastructure we actually have to be able to run our food tests and get good results? Yesterday, of course, the speakers spoke very well and talked about a number of challenges that we have in Nigeria and, of course, in Africa. So infrastructure is one of it. I tell people, by the mandate, for example, of the Nigeria Institute of Science and Laboratory Technology, we are expected to inspect all laboratories, science laboratory in Nigeria. Starting from schools, according to the Act 12/2003, item 2J says inspect, laboratory, science laboratory in schools, post-secondary school, industries, and research institutes. The question is, how do you carry out inspection in all the secondary school laboratory in Nigeria? It's a challenge on its own. So how do you get the infrastructure well prepared? It's another challenge. And the question is, are we waiting till a student wants to probably get into the WAEC class, maybe 2 weeks to the WAEC examination, and you are not exposing that person to practicals in secondary school? So do we have the infrastructure to actually be able to prepare our scientists right from the school before they actually graduate? A number of students have graduated without actually having good structure to actually be able to make use of. Of course, human resource. Human resource is very important. If you have the best of equipment and you don't have the right personnel, of course the equipment cannot just do wonders. Just like somebody mentioned also yesterday, you talk about even the artificial intelligence. Yes, artificial intelligence, you can have robots that can do a number of things, but you still need human to be able to tell the robot the exact thing to do. Robots, or even let's say ChatGPT, AI that people use now, yes, as we are discussing on Monday, somebody said, a professor said, a student, was admitted for PhD program, and he used AI to write all his thesis. And when it was tested, of course, probably you use Turnitin, there is a percentage of similarity you are supposed to have. there is a percentage of AI that you are supposed to have. When they test it, the AI says 0. So which means he has perfected, using, but because they saw some certain items within that thesis, they are able to say that this thesis was written by AI. And eventually, after many hours, he honed up and said, truly, from chapter 1 to chapter 5, maybe chapter 7 in that university, he actually used AI to write the whatever. So the question is using AI to replace the knowledge you're supposed to use, to replace human being, which should not be. So human resource is very important. And of course, research system. What type of research system do you have? I've been in some meetings, and we have what we call agricultural financial industry or something like that. Agric finance loan and something. We have bank of industry, but we don't have bank of science. We don't have bank of research. So how do you get funding for research? We don't have that in Nigeria. Of course, if you are a researcher, you have been employed as a researcher, you actually bury your head in the research room. But here in Nigeria, after you have worked for maybe about 2 or 3 hours, you are going to be in Nodor for another 5 hours. And I mean, before you now say you want, if you are in Lagos, for example. So this infrastructure is actually not there. The research system is not actually correct, which is a challenge for us. Of course, the industry, like I mentioned, do we have interconnectivity and collaboration with the industry? What do they eventually want to have in the industry? All these are challenges for us. And the regulatory framework, also very important to look at. Thank you. Okay. We are just starting now. So, strong scientific ecosystem talks about research and development, innovation, commercialization. Yeah, in the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, we are looking at commercialization. It's not just about carrying out research. We are looking at the research you have actually done. Can it be commercialized? Can we actually make it global? Of course, quality education, training, industrial growth, public improvement, and environmental sustainability is also very, very important. Of course, component of the scientific ecosystem, you talk about the governance. I've talked about the policy. We talk about university and research institutions. There should be collaboration. Laboratory testing, very important. And of course, we look at industries and private sector, regulatory and professional body. There must be synergy with professional bodies. For example, you say NIST is like this, IPAN is like this, MLS is like, and of course, across, we are not actually having, something bringing everybody together to be able to come up with, of course, good policies for the nation. Human capital, scientists, engineers, and all the rest. Funding, of course, development, partnership is very important. Importance of strong ecosystem. Number one, it will help us in industrialization. If you don't have a good ecosystem, talking about the 3 Ps, we can't get into the level of industrialization. Food security, very important. Healthcare, environmental protection. Of course, it will reduce poverty, and of course, we have technological independence. That's why I said we are just starting. This is the first P, policy. When we talk about policy, which is very important, some of the time when we carry out accreditation and I get to places, I ask people, what are the standards that you are supposed to work with? And some will just tell us, we just have, it's not just having. You must know the law. You must know, of course, all the rules that you are supposed to follow. What are the policies that we are supposed to follow in Nigeria to be able to help us to develop, of course, industrially? Scientific policy refers to government laws. What are the government laws that we need to have? What are the regulations? The strategic plan. It was just mentioned, for example, in the Nigerian Institute of Science, that we developed a strategic plan from 2025 to 2030, which is a 5-year plan. How do we design it? How do we get a framework for this, so that we will be able to have full safety of food, of course, in Nigeria? Regarding scientific research, innovation, and technological development, importance of the policy. Policy are important because it will provide direction for the national development. It will also promote sustainability. Very important. Then we look at the key science policies, which will include research and innovation, education policy, industrial. These are policies that, as a scientist, you must sit down to understand. It's not just the certificate that you have. You must understand all this policy for you to be able to come out and then be able to have, a good impact in the society. Challenges of science and the policy. A number of challenges are there. There are policies that are supposed to be changed. Of course, because of lack of fund, some of them are not changed. And of course, unfortunately, when you look at the last part, we always say that when you have a talent, the talent cannot be buried because it's like water. Water must pass the path. We now have brain drain. When people have knowledge and they cannot make use of it, they go abroad. So it's a challenge for us because we are sending the best of our hands out of the country. So, of course, strategies strengthening the scientific government commitment must be there, legal support, and of course there must be M&E. Who carries out the M&E? In the past, you have what we call LIE for primary school and secondary school. But when you talk about science, food, whatever, who carries out the M&E? Not just the inspection alone. So the second P talks about building effective scientific system. How do you practice? Of course, when you want to work in the lab, for example, you want to do analysis or you want to carry out a particular research, you start your sampling from maybe the site, you do the transportation, then you get to the lab to do your analysis, and then you get the result. All this must actually, before the process must be followed for you to get and build effective scientific system. Of course, key areas in scientific practice include standard operating procedure. I talk about documentation. SOP is very important. Quality assurance very important. Of course, when you talk about quality assurance, it will also be divided into quality control. How do you carry out the quality control? The people that are the quality control officer, the quality assurance officer, are they actually qualified? Are they certified to actually carry out the work? Do they have, are they licensed to actually have seal? To seal the result that they are bringing out. All these are part of this. Just making people to actually work. Equipment maintenance, very important. One of the challenges we have in this country is maintenance. We don't have maintenance culture. And again, when we even want to import equipment, I'm a microbiologist. For example, I just buy maybe PCR machine without having somebody that will be able to repair it. When the machine is faulty, we want to send it abroad or to the person that actually manufactured. Whereas, for example, in SLT, you have somebody that did micro, somebody did physics, somebody did chemistry. If these three people come together, when the PCR machine is being imported, when they are training the microbiology person, the physics person must be trained. So that when the equipment are fault, this man understands the instrumentation and will be able to repair. But we don't have that synergy in Nigeria. Is a challenge on its own. Documentation and safety and management is very important. Of course, quality assurance, accreditation, ISO certification, very important. Metrology and calibration. Equipment must be calibrated. There are equipment that must be calibrated every day, every week, in a month, or 6 months, or in a year. But do we carry out that? Because it will help us in tracing our result, accuracy, reliability, and compliance to standard. Of course, safety, occupational safety is also very important. You want to carry out, we are in a lab, not quite long, oil industry. And I saw sulfur machine, about 7 of it. And I look at it and I asked them, look, this label on this thing, what does it? They said, we just know that. They said, we should not go there. Well, I said, do you know it's X-ray? And of course, as the machine is working, radiation is coming out. And you are working in the lab without any protection. It's a problem. And people work like that. Especially when people work in private industry after maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. They have given you good money. But the truth is you have taken radiation into your body. And you retire. You go back home, you have breast cancer, you have a number of whatever, because there are no protection. And of course, because people know that, some people actually run away from doing some certain research work in the lab. So, of course, we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about automation in the laboratory, all these challenges that I talk about safety, radiation, and all the rest. If you have a robot, of course, radiation will not affect robot. Robot will be able to do that work. But are we actually investing into it to be able to carry out such activity? Challenges in affecting scientific practice, the challenges are there. Poor infrastructure, obsolete equipment. There are equipment that we cannot, for example, in Nigeria now, I doubt it if you can get electron microscope in 10 places in Nigeria as of today. So it's a challenge. There are equipment that we cannot get now in Nigeria. And unfortunately, because we are actually not manufacturing our own equipment, it's a problem for us. So it is important to also know, which is the third P, talking about human resource. Human is very, very important. It's not just going to school, but what did you actually acquire? And after the acquisition of the whatever, do you actually have the certification? Quite unfortunately, even in policy of government, they will say licensing is required when you want to become director. In abroad, you cannot practice. You cannot start practicing without having your license. You must be certified from day one before you can start practicing. But in Nigeria, it's a challenge. So, human capital development is very important, which is very key in the ecosystem of development. People are the most important component of this scientific. If you have equipment that can still be managed, yes, the person that is there that is competent may be able to improvise. But if the person is there does not know anything. If you have the best of equipment, you can even spoil the equipment and your money will go into drain. So it's a challenge. Now in Nigeria, we actually have number of people that are trained every year. We have the lab scientists, we have the laboratory technologists, engineers, researchers, technicians. But quite unfortunately, some of them have BSc, but today they are riding Okada. The knowledge they have gotten, or some of them even are in the bank. My closest friend read mechanical engineering. He has worked in the bank for over 25 years. He has masters in mechanical engineering. And the question I ask is, what engineering of money do you want to put from the simulation you have learned? Because, engineering will not bring money for him. It's bank that he can get the money. So it's a challenge. Not actually having adequate, remuneration for scientists. And you see people now running away, which is a challenge for development. So people run away because of brain drain, inadequate training facility, poor motivation, laboratory professional, of course, few opportunity for continual learning. Once you get the job, nobody wants to go and train you again. Continual professional development is very important. Mentorship, leadership development. Of course, you must start them young and gender inclusion. From those, I mentioned it. How will you be doing physics? For example, in SS1, right? In SS1, and somebody talk about motion, and you cannot just get a ball and just do a wood that's an inclined plane, to and fro. And this person look at the ball just rolling down. You see motion from top to bottom, and you see it. You said gravitational force. You put the spring or whatever, and you see it happening. That thing will be in that child forever. But do we have those things available? They are not there until maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks of WAEC that they want to now come and start seeing practical. International collaboration, many of these things are not actually there. Professional ethics. When we do the work, somebody talk about, food safety and food, what's it called? Compromising food standard yesterday. How do you get milk and go and mix palm oil with, and all those things? It's a challenge. Do we have honesty? You, as a scientist, person that is trained and human resource, the honesty must be part of our work. What you are doing might be expensive. Let people know that, of course, you put honesty, accuracy, accountability, transparency, confidentiality of result, and of course, professional competence. All these are very important. Innovation and research, also very important. I mentioned that in the ministry, we are looking at commercialization. When we have all these three pieces together, we are going to have industrial growth. We are going to have economic diversity. We are going to have good health care. It's going to improve. And of course, agricultural products will also be good. Environmental sustainability, we'll be able to sustain that in the environment. And of course, we are going to have good products. Then we will have good services, good technology. Of course, we'll be able to patent our work, and then we can have startups. Yes, industrial academic collaboration. I mentioned that there should be synergy between the industry. In those days, in fact, before some people finish in the university, first class 2-1, you see industry coming around to even come and, woo the university to send them to come and start job. Do we still have something like that now? It's a challenge, because somebody that have first class are meant for academics, but now they are the ones that are being taken by banks, which is a challenge for us. So, of course, the role of Africa then now talk about collaboration, research funding, laboratory network, training programs, very important, transfer of technology. Then we must have international organizations that we must collaborate with. Of course, like IAE, International Atomic Energy Agency, that can support us in some of this activity. We must have, future for scientific ecosystem, increase investment in research, very important. And of course, youth empowerment. In conclusion, yes, I know that, in conclusion, a strong scientific ecosystem is essential for Africa's sustainable development. And these three P's, policy, sustainable practices, and competent people, form the foundation for scientific advancement. So the future of Africa depends greatly on its ability to build resilient scientific system that support research, innovation, industrial development, and of course, social economy transformation. Thank you very much for having me. And greetings from Nigeria Institute of Science, Laboratory Technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter. Please, another round of applause. Let's keep it going. Put your hands together for Dr. Peter. Thank you so much, sir, for that brilliant and insightful presentation. Okay, to take us further, right about now, we will be going up for our tour, to tour the exhibition. Yes, for those of you that are not aware, we have an exhibition hall upstairs, and there are so many things that you want to check out, and so many products and services that you would like to, purchase. So that's what we'll be doing right now. To make this in order, in an orderly form, we'll go table by table. Can we go now? Okay, we can all rise. Let's start with this table. Yes, please. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll go right now. Please go. The protocols outside will direct you to the direction. They will lead you to where exactly we are headed. Thank you so much. And we're only going to be spending a few minutes, and we're returning back to the hall to continue with the rest of the program. See you shortly. Thank you. No, we're going to give him the award afterwards.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to take the tour. Please, let's all go together. Please, I'm coming. Please, let me bring them out.
By you guys, the rural people pay at times much more higher tariff than you. But because of happy to pay, most of our main rate. So which means that will ensure franchise of a complete local government in Ogun State to take over that entire local government and rebuild the electricity to that local government.
Please, let's go this way, please. We apologize for the delay. So we are going on a tour now, so you can see for yourself what VCL is doing. So please, let's go together. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. And thank you for coming back early. Whereas, as we wait for more persons to join us, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our next speaker, who is joining us virtually, Michelle Clemens. Good day, ma'am. We're happy to have you. And please, kindly give us a few minutes to get started with your session. Thank you so much for being here. So before we get started with the next session, I'd like us to please gently go out to grab our breakfast. So when you go out, you see that there's an arrangement for breakfast, all right? So we grab that and come back to our seats, and then we continue with the rest of the program. Thank you so much. So we'll be doing that table by table. Please, sir, we'll start with your table. Thank you, sir. And then this table next, and then this next, this next, this, and this. And yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
In the heart of Nigeria's bustling financial landscape, a story unfolds, a tale of global transformation, strategic innovation, and profound impact. This is the story and the legacy of Nigeria's most innovative bank and foremost financial institution, Wema Bank. Wema Bank was founded on May 2nd, 1945, under the old name of Agbomagbe Bank Limited. The bank was renamed Wema Bank in 1969, marking the launch of the bank's rise to prominence. From being listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange in 1990 to being granted a universal banking license by the Central Bank of Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. So while we wait for Dr. Peter, we have our next speaker. Okay, Dr. Peter is here. Please let's put our hands together for Dr. Peter. Thank you so much, sir. And to present the award, I would like to make welcome the event director, Mrs. Patricia Osazua. Let's put our hands together for her. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming for day 2 of Scientifrika 2026. On behalf of VCL Exhibitions, we're saying a big thank you to you. VCL staff, please come on stage. We're saying a big thank you to all your contributions towards the VCL Exhibitions. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter. All right, so our next speaker is right here in this room. Not physically, but she's here virtually. All right, before I introduce our next speaker, please listen. When a foodborne pathogen enters the supply chain, every hour it goes undetected. Every hour, that hour it goes undetected is an hour that can spread further. The difference between catching a contamination early and catching it after people are already sick is almost always the speed and accuracy of detection method used. For Africa, where laboratory infrastructure is still developing, having access to fast and reliable pathogen detection technology is not optional, it is urgent. Now, it's on this premise I'll be introducing our next speaker, who will be speaking to us on innovation in rapid detection and identification of pathogens. Our next speaker is a professional services specialist for the Middle East and Africa region at Neogen Corporation, one of the world's leading developers of food and animal safety solutions. Neogen's pathogen detection systems are used in food and beverage industries, government agencies, and research labs across the globe. As a regional specialist, she works directly with laboratories and food safety teams across Africa and the Middle East to implement and apply detection technology in real-world environments. She brings both the science and the practical field experience that this conversation requires. Please, let us warmly make welcome virtually in this room our next speaker, the person of Michelle Clemens. Let's put our hands together for Michelle Clemens. Thank you so much, Michelle. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for such a warm introduction. Thank you. And congratulations, Dr. Peter, obviously, on your award. Sorry, I'm hoping you can see my slides. If you could confirm that would be great. Okay. I'm sure you'll let me know when the slides. Today I'm here talking about innovations in rapid detection and identification of pathogens. Before I go into that, just a very brief introduction for those of you who may not be familiar with Neogen and therefore don't really know why we are here talking about innovations in the food safety space. So Neogen is dedicated to food safety and food security. The company was launched in the 1980s, and since then we've been working with food producers, manufacturers, retailers, laboratories, everybody to support their food safety decisions, and that's what we're passionate about. So Neogen solutions can be found at every step of the food chain. We've got products ranging from farm to fork, so items for hygiene monitoring, mycotoxin testing, allergens, pathogens, indicators of nutritional analysis. You name it, if you test it in the lab, we've probably got a solution for you somewhere. So as I said, our food safety solutions cover a wide spectrum, not just microbiology, but as like mycotoxins and allergens as well. But we've gone a step further in that we offer automation solutions and things like data analytics platforms for environmental monitoring, so making trending reporting and visualization of hotspots simple and facilitating you in making important decisions in real time. So you might ask what Neogen's innovation. So just briefly, you see here a timeline of innovations that we've got under our banner. So some of you may be aware that Neogen acquired free safety in 2022. So you might see some products on here that you used to see as 3M, but they now fall under the Neogen banner. But essentially, both Neogen and food safety have this shared pursuit for innovation in the advancement of food security since the 1980s. It all started with products that disrupted the industry. So Neogen, the first commercially available rapid test system, microscopic and food allergens, and 3M Food Safety petrofilm plates, which were the first sample-ready film plates made for microtesting. As time has gone on, we've developed and invested significantly in our offerings through both in-house development acquisitions, with the idea of being able to provide a broad range of solutions for food safety and food quality, so diagnostic kits, software, automation platforms, etc. And we continue to learn from our customers and members of the industry, and we'll continue working to enhance solutions and make improvements to meet evolving needs. And as highlighted, being able to identify pathogens rapidly is one of those needs that's already there. But I'd like us to rethink about the definition of innovation. So one definition I've got here is a new idea, a new method, the introduction of something new. What it doesn't state is that innovation has to be good, quality, and useful. So there are innovations out there that don't add any value or more novelty than innovation. And there's some innovations that turn out to be fraudulent or dangerous as time goes on that there are problems with them. My point is that we don't just innovate for the sake of it. We as Delegate and our customers want our products to have a real application. We need to be sure that manufacturers aren't promising and that the products that come out aren't too good to be true. And when we think of innovations in microbiology, I think most of our minds jump to big things. AI, biosensors, bacterial technology. But also included in the innovation space, things that we often consider basics, like enrichment of chromogenic media that provide faster time to results, greater sensitivity, greater specificity, plates that are easier to read. In a lot of the facilities that I go into and I work with, not everybody has the ability or the desire to invest in extensive automation or in new equipment. So obviously, you know that there's a lot of restriction on how much money we can spend in labs and what money's available to us. And you'll also be familiar maybe with some teams that don't want to make a big leap into a brand new technology. Maybe they are confident and comfortable with their agar methods. So for these teams, the medium-based innovations are just as important as those demanded by the larger industry or research. We can find innovation in every step of the testing process. Innovation really is for everybody. Now with this in mind, I'd like to start with enrichment media. So I know there is a demand for enrichment-free testing. We'll come on to that later. But the reality is that most of our pathogen and detection tests still require some form of enrichment. Over time, we've seen alternative methods and commercially available test kits become mainstream in the food safety marketplace. But despite the specificity and the validity claims of these alternatives, the major limiting factor is often dependence on conventional cultural enrichment in order to grow our target analytes so that we can detect it in the first place or isolate it in the first place. So enrichment is vital. I think we all know that. It doesn't matter how good our downstream method is, we can have the newest technology, the best machines, but if we start testing for enrichment, we can end up with results that are inaccurate and reliable as representative. So if you are working in a lab that strictly follows ISO, BAM, Health Canada, GB standards as your method, your life is fairly easy. You know what broths you have to use, they're there in the documents. But if you have a choice, it can be a little bit more difficult. And we know that reference methods are not always the best methods out there. They're long, they're slow, there's a lot of different contact points, and actually they're a little bit, for a want of a better way of phrasing it, a bit behind the times. They're not always moving with the new technologies because it's hard for the reference materials, the reference methods to keep up. So in some cases, we want to use the best enrichment media that's out there. Later formulations that usurp the original media in terms of their ability to become a sublethal agent cells, or promote growth of the target, inhibit non-target organisms, or manage matrix integrity. So on this topic, I'd just like to focus on listeria for a little bit. We know listeria monocytogenes is an important foodborne pathogen, and listeria generally is quite a hot topic globally. The recovery of low levels of Listeria mono from foods and environmental samples requires, in most cases, the use of a enrichment step. And there are plenty of selective and non-selective enrichment media out there, and there's a lot of methods that are being developed specifically for the detection and isolation of Listeria species and Listeria monocytogenes in food. And we know that detection of Listeria is often limited by the performance of an enrichment media. What I'd like to do is look at a study performed by our agent in the US. It's not the only comparative study out there, but it is one that I have easy access to. So in this study, what our authors did was take 7 Listeria species and 6 non-Listeria bacteria strains and grow them in 9 different mediums. So 8 of which were Listeria selected broths and 1 was non-selected medium TSP. We then put them through a biosecurity test, so the optical density recorded every 20 minutes over a 48-hour period, and the growth curves and likely durations reported and calculated to evaluate the performance of each medium. So if we look first at how our different plots, so here's our plots across the top, and Listeria down the side, and in here you'll see that the duration of the life phase in hours. So what we see here is the Listeria grade, for example, presents us some problems, as it does. If we look at black, we have quite a delayed growth. And if we look at UVM over here, and then the demi-phases over here, we can see that actually the growth for Listeria grade was not supported at all in those growths. And that's problematic because I used to use half phase quite a lot in the lab. Obviously, I followed the industry methods. Yeah, we did okay to help things, we know. Less plus here, LSB, LX and TSB were really simply displayed the shortest lifetimes and Listeria grew really well in those 4. So looking at those 4 broths again with our non-Listeria species, or non-Listeria bacteria, you can see that again, TSB really short lifetimes. TSB supported the growth of everything it was supposed to. That was our non-selective medium. LSB and LX performed really well in Listeria, but they also allowed the non-Listeria organisms to grow as well. Whereas Less Plus not only grew Listeria really well, but it also inhibited most, if not all, of the Listeria tested. So there is a significant difference in performance of the broths that we tested. And the conclusion from this study is obviously that Less Plus is the best medium to support the growth of Listeria monocytogenes and other Listeria species, whilst inhibiting the growth of competitive organisms. So Less Plus is a newer growth in comparison to things like Lab and demi-phasers, so we expect it to perform better and more time to local formulations. What we can conclude from this study is that enrichment broths and our choices and the developments that have been made do have noticeable outcomes, or can have noticeable outcomes on the results of the test. And the selectivity of that enrichment broth can greatly impact the efficacy of the downstream test. And it can also improve the speed as well, as Less Plus can grow Listeria in under 48 hours really well, whereas there are other broths that are on the market that you might be using that actually may need a 3-day incubation before Listeria starts to come through. So we can look at shorter incubation times as well with the development of the enrichment broths. Now this is just one example of how enrichment broths can make a difference. We obviously need to think about our downstream testing as well. So the test that I'd like to speak about now as an innovation is LAM. Now bear with me because some of you probably got this isn't new, but bear with me. So LAM is a nucleic acid amplification technology. There are plenty of them out there. I think within the food testing space, the technology that's most visible and most out there in commercial settings is PCR. Certainly in the lab that I go to, everybody's familiar with PCR. They either have an instrument, have used one at university, or at least familiar with it and kind of know how it works. But obviously there are other nucleic acid amplification techniques out there that have come along since PCR, and LAM sits in that space. Now I am going to go into PCR throughout this section because it is the technology that most people are familiar with. So it's the easiest to draw comparisons against. Please don't think I'm picking on PCR or saying that it's not a good technique. Of course it is. If it wasn't, we wouldn't use it. But because it's the one that everybody knows, that's why I'm referencing it. So, as I said, some of you will be familiar with LAMP already. It certainly isn't brand new. So you'll see here 1985, the introduction of PCR, but then by 2000, we've got the introduction of LAMP, with the first commercial tests for pathogenic bacteria available in 2005. So LAMP is already a quarter of a century old. But the reason I want to talk about LAMP today, and the reason I believe it sits in the innovation space, is because of this last point here. So there was an ISO published in January of this year, ISO 24914. And it's the first international standard defining LAMP to detect microorganisms in the food chain. Now, why is this important? Well, it means that LAMP can now compete with PCR on a more equal footing in the food space. We've had ISOs relating to the use of PCR for a number of years, and this has provided a legitimacy in the food testing space that LAMP and other nucleic acid amplification techniques have maybe been missing. So this could have a big impact. So obviously, I mean, Neogen has a LAMP platform. That's one of the reasons I'm talking about it. But the ISO means that I'm hoping we'll see other LAMP technologies coming into the market, because we know LAMP is a really robust technology. It works very, very well for food. So I'm hoping we do see more LAMP coming onto the marketplace anyway. But what it means is that for those facilities that do wish to adopt LAMP, they might now find it easier to do so now that it is recognised on the international stage. So with the ISO in place, it outlines things like performance, expectations, risks, comparability with other methods. So I do go in to speak to customers about LAMP, and one of the showstoppers I come up against is the fact that there is no ISO. People are comfortable with PCR, they know what to expect, and it exists in that international regulatory space. LAMP hasn't done until now. So having the standard there reassures auditors, regulators, and customers that LAMP meets ISO expectations. So particularly in those industries with strict compliance, like the meat, dairy, and ready-to-eat industries, we might find more LAMP coming in. They might find it easier to adopt. Now, I'd just like to briefly look at how LAMP works and what makes it different, and why I think it would be useful to the food space. Well, as you saw at the start, LAMP stands for loop-mediated isothermal amplification. So it uses one static temperature, 60 to 65 degrees. So there's no need for thermocyclers. So those sites that maybe can't afford thermocyclers or struggle to maintain them or have expensive service contracts, prices differ around the world. Not having a thermocycler could be of benefit. With LAMP, you don't need the 95-degree temperatures required for double-stranded DNA denaturation. And we don't need this because LAMP uses a polymerase enzyme of Bacillus styrothermophilus. So you'll see it as BEST up here, BST. It's a strand displacing polymerase that can move the top DNA strand out the way as it polymerizes. LAMP also uses 6' and loop primers. And these loop primers create these unique dumbbell structures that you can see in the image down here. You also get self-priming points and multiple priming points. So the amplification products are long concateners of the same repeated sequence, which can be hundreds of times longer than the amplified target sequence length. If we think about PCR, on the other hand, PCR creates many copies of discrete single-sized amplicons, and the replication or amplification time is dictated by the length of the temperature cycle. Apologies. With LAMP, there is no temperature cycling. It has the ability to create self-priming sites, and it has a strand-displacing polymerase. What this ultimately means is there is fast, continuous amplification that's less prone to inhibitors than other amplification methods due to that continuous binding of the enzyme with the DNA template. So once amplification has taken place, there obviously needs to be an associated detection method. And one of the beautiful things about LAMP is that visual detection is possible using colorimetric output. Now, I've never seen this used in food testing, but it is particularly useful for point of need testing in a clinical setting. Please don't ask me any questions about it, because that is literally the extent of my knowledge on the visual detection of LAMP. We could also use fluorescence detection for real-time and endpoint testing. Fluorescence is a very well-established detection technique. But here is where Neogen has innovated again. So LAMP was an existing technology. Bioluminescence detection is an existing technology, but we have been the first company to combine them. So innovation isn't always about creating something brand new. It can be about combining different techniques into something that is different to the norm. So in the Neogen system, we use LAMP and we use bioluminescence detection. And the way this works is that during DNA amplification, during the polymerization reaction, there's a molecule of inorganic pyrophosphate, or PPI, synthesized each time a nucleotide base is added. So PPI is a byproduct of all polynucleotide amplification. It's not unique to LAMP. Once we have this byproduct, the detection then involves a two-step enzymatic process. So the PPI molecules are used to generate light as part of an assay known as a LIDAR. So that's enzymatic luminometric detection of inorganic pyrophosphate assay, a LIDAR. The light emission is then read by the instrument, in this case, the MDS. So if you have no target organism, there's no amplification, therefore there's no light generated. If you do have your target, there's obviously amplification and light is generated. And that's how the bioluminescence detection works. Now, we could have chosen to use fluorescence, as I said. It's well established. There are a lot of LAMP methods out there that do use fluorescence. But with fluorescence, we're detecting across a narrow band of wavelengths, or a narrow specific band of wavelengths on the visible light spectrum. So what you can get is quenching. In practice, we need to think about the fluorophores that we use, because if we choose a fluorophore that sits in the visible light spectrum that will be absorbed by the food, the reaction can be fully or partially quenched. And we see this particularly with dark compounds like coffee or chocolate, or particularly turbid samples. And you don't get that with bioluminescence. With bioluminescence, you detect across a wider band of the visible light spectrum. So if you lose your orange and red wavelengths due to matrix interference from your sample, it means that there's still a large enough signal in the other bands that can be, it can still be detected. I'm just going to wrap up this section with a few benefits to LAMP and bioluminescence as a combination. Obviously, there's all the usual things, shorter assay time, simple workflows, sensitivity, specificity. But I want to highlight a couple of things that I think are key, some pros and cons. LAMP is less susceptible to inhibition of amplification and detection issues that you get with problem food matrices, like your dark and strongly coloured samples, turbid samples, etc. The robustness of the LAMP reaction means that you don't need an internal control with LAMP. So in PCR and fluorescence detection, there is a need for an internal control due to the higher probability of inhibition of amplification or quenching of the fluorescence signal. So with LAMP, you don't see the same amplification inhibitions, and with bioluminescence detection, you don't see quenching in the same way, so you don't need an internal control. Now, the positive to this is it means you have one reaction per tube, so you've not got two reactions competing for the same resources and potentially decreasing the sensitivity of the test. There is, of course, a downside to bioluminescence detection. There's a downside to everything in life, and that is that you can't multiplex. With fluorescence, you can multiplex. Multiplexing reactions can potentially reduce sensitivity of the test due to those competing reactions. But if your lab and your workflow relies on multiplexing, then bioluminescence detection is not for you. Pros and cons to everything. LAMP already has some quite high-profile users. Just as a reference, we've got things like the USDA FSIS use a LAMP method for their salmonella and listeria detection. And a bit closer to home, certainly for me, we've got people like Dubai Central Lab, so the government lab of Dubai, and Saudi FDA, and people like that already using LAMP methods as well. Now I'm going to stick with LAMP just for a few minutes more, but I'm going to move on to enrichment-free detection. So when I go out to see customers, we often talk about the future of their testing capabilities, how Neogen can support them, what we're trying to develop, and there is this increased demand for immediate tests. Now, the most extreme version of this is the man I went to speak to who owns a restaurant. He wants to be able to cook food in the kitchen, test a portion of it before it goes out the door to his customers, and get the results before it leaves the door to the customers. Now, that would be lovely, but that is currently not our reality. But we are at a point where we do have some enrichment-free detection methods on the market. So Neogen is not the only company out there with them, but again, it's Neogen's product that I can talk about easily and freely, so I'm going to reference Neogen. And we know from our research that obviously commercial labs want to release results ASAP. My background is commercial labs. That's what I did for 12 years. So I know that the commercial lab customers are usually on the phone to you asking for results before the samples have even reached your lab. So yes, we want enrichment-free detection because it'll stop that to a certain extent. And manufacturers might want to have an enrichment-free destructive solution because it might mean that they can bring their pathogen testing in-house. A lot of facilities are not allowed to test pathogens on site at the moment because of that potential for cross-contamination from the laboratory to the production facility. So if you had a test that is enrichment-free and destructive, the sites might be allowed to do it themselves and reduce their reliance on third-party testing and improve their ability to be proactive and decrease response times if an incident does occur. So when I say that it can make a difference in terms of time to results, how much do I mean? Well, the enrichment-free product that Neogen have is just for environmental listeria at the moment. Hopefully we will develop others in the future, but at the moment, listeria environmental testing. So if you were to use the ISO method, we're looking at about 4 days to get a result for our swab. Even if we use our LAMP method, we've got to enrich it for 24 to 28 hours. So we're still looking at, next day. Whereas with the Listeria Right Now kit, from the point of swabbing your facility to getting a result is under 2 hours. And I say under 2 hours because if you're just testing 3 swabs, you could do it in about an hour and 10, an hour and 15 minutes. But if you're doing a full rec of 96 swabs, it's closer to 2 hours. So it can make significant differences. And again, using Listeria Right Now as my example, just to show where I think it can be of benefit to people and why innovations like this can be really useful. Root cause analysis. Root cause analysis can often take days. Finding out whether your positive results are carrying over day to day, or your positives in your facility are carrying over day to day, can take a long time. So on here, day 0, I'm going around my facility, taking my Listeria environmental swabs. If I'm using a PCR method or a LAMP method or something that will give me a next day result, I have to enrich my sample and I get my result the next day. And if it's positive, I've got to go through the whole re-cleaning, re-sanitizing, retesting, deciding whether I need to do something with my product or not. I then need to enrich my sample again overnight. And then on day 2, I'll have another result. If it's negative, great. If it's positive, I've got to go through that whole process again. So I can be 2, 3, 4 days in to the swabbing, re-cleaning, re-swabbing, re-cleaning before I can get rid of that contaminated point in my facility. Or before I'm confident that I've got rid of that point of contamination in my facility. If we look at something like Listeria Right Now, I go around, I swab my facility, and I've got a result in under 2 hours. So even if it is positive, I've only got potentially 2 hours worth of product that might be affected or potentially affected. I can then re-clean, sanitize, retest, and that retest result will come back in again under 2 hours. So I can retest and re-clean multiple times within the same shift. So if you're working in maybe a ready-to-eat facility where you don't have a final kill step, so Listeria in your environment is really, really concerning. Something like Listeria Right Now, where you can do all of this testing and cleaning multiple times within the shift, could be of benefit to that sort of customer. It may not benefit everybody. If you've got a final kill step that you've got validated, works, etc. This may be of no use to you, but there are certain industries in which this will strongly benefit. Now, one of the questions I get asked is, how can you skip enrichment? If we think about the design of nucleic acid methods, for amplification methods for pathogens in food, we're normally looking for DNA sequences specific to a particular microorganism or a strain or a group of microorganisms. And we tend to be targeting membrane proteins or pathogenicity islands, which are there in single copy or low copy number. So we need to concentrate or enrich these to get them up to a detectable level to achieve our sensitivity. The newer methods, such as Listeria right now, are using things like ribosomal RNA. Ribosomal RNA is already present in high copy number within a cell, making it a highly sensitive target for detection. So ribosomal RNA tends to be present in about 1,000 to 10,000 copies per cell within Listeria, versus 1 copy per cell for the DNA targets. So we already have a 1,000 to 10,000-fold increase in target analyte concentration. So because ribosomal RNA is present in large quantities and in multiple copies in bacteria, particularly in the Listeria genome, new approaches for developing molecular assays have chosen RNA as the target analyte, and that's why we're able to skip the enrichment. We're just looking for something different within the cell. Now, there are many benefits to the enrichment-free destructive methods, and for me, probably the most important one is control. So if production facilities were able to bring testing in-house, they would have control over their own testing timelines and samples, so less reliance on third-party labs. And this isn't saying that reliance on third-party labs is a bad thing. As I said, I'm from a commercial lab background, but you lose time getting your samples to the lab. Yours are not the only sample that lab is processing, so you do have to wait. Whereas if you have the control and the ability to do this testing yourself, it allows you to make those timely decisions regarding release of product. It allows you to have true control over your samples and the timing. And if something does happen, it allows for rapid investigation and root cause analysis. You can do all that work in-house. I'm going to say here that risk is significantly decreased with destructive and enrichment-free methods. I'm never going to say something is risk-free. Nothing is ever risk-free. But enrichment-free methods mean that you're not actively growing pathogenic bacteria in a production facility. And destructive testing means that you've got no living bacteria present at the end of the test. So the cross-contamination risk from the lab into the production environment is minimal. So people might be able to bring testing in-house. There are also potential cost savings. So in-house testing is often cheaper than using a third-party lab, once you're past all the initial setup costs. And if you're already performing some in-house testing, maybe you're doing indicators in-house, but sending your pathogens out. Enrichment-free methods can be cheaper overall. Maybe you're using fewer, if you're doing your pathogens, If you're doing your pathogen testing in-house anyway, it'll be cheaper overall because you're not making the media, you're not using autoclaves, water baths, hot plates and stirrers as much. So you've got that reduced electricity and water consumption, reduced waste disposal. And the ability to make faster assessments can reduce holding or storage time for products. Now, Listeria right now, as I mentioned, is an environmental only test. Other companies have got enrichment-free methods out there. In the case of Listeria right now, it's obviously not a replacement for product testing, but it can help support compliance. So for those of you who export ready-to-eat products to the EU, you'll be aware that new regulations become enforceable from July. So that deadline really is looming now. It's come around quickly. So you now need to be able to demonstrate that foods in which Listeria mono can grow won't exceed 100 CFU per gram for the pathogen throughout the product shelf life. So it puts more onus back on the retailers, the manufacturers, and the distributors. They've got more accountability. As a manufacturer of ready-to-eat products, maybe having a rapid or sensitive method in your lab, might help support compliance to that. Now, I've touched on a few innovations today. There are far more out there. I mentioned biosensors at the beginning. I'm working with customers who are trialing bacteriophage washes on poultry products. There's demand in some markets for automation, so that we can take people out of the lab almost completely. Everybody wants rapid and sensitive testing. I've not spoken at all about chromogenic agars. They're a really important innovation So the one you see on the screen there, that agar is actually the reason I work for Neogen. We introduced the one broth, one plate workflow that this agar is a part of into all of our labs in the UK. I used to work for Eurofins. So this product, this plate here, is the reason I know about Neogen. It's fantastic. It got rid of so many of our problems. But anyway, case agar. So all Salmonella chromogenic agars detect C8 esterase, but case is the only one detecting C6 and C8 esterase. And for those really weak C8 esterase Salmonella strains like Dublin and Gallinarum, it grows them beautifully. So where you might struggle on things like XLD or BGA, you don't see the same issues with case. So even with solid agars, there's innovations all the time. So as food technology moves on, the food testing technologies must also move on. So we'll see protocols for novel foods. We've seen it to a certain extent in the CBD sector. I'm sure we'll see it with things like lab-grown meats or something like that. You know, the industry is always changing, and we as manufacturers are always innovating. And this is where we want to hear from you guys as well, because there may be things that we are missing in the marketplace. So if you can think of something that needs to be improved or an area where there is a huge gap, please let people like Neogen know, because we want to work on products that make sense for the marketplace. So last but not least, just a few key takeaways. There are innovations to be made at all stages of the testing process. They do help with reducing time to result, or maybe you are introducing fewer contact points, less hands-on technician time is required. Maybe it's simpler workflows, ready-to-use components, smaller equipment footprints, no enrichment steps, single enrichment steps. You know, a lot of innovations that are out there are designed with ease of use and the ease of implementation in mind. So just because you're not looking at biosensors or AI, please don't think that there aren't, innovations out there that will suit you. And a lot of innovation technologies are cost effective as well. So for those that use less media, it can help with your energy consumption, your water usage. So if you're in a country that maybe suffers with water shortages or intermittent electricity, some of the innovation technologies are there to help reduce the loads and the burdens in those areas. So there are innovations in pathogen testing across the workflow, and broad value is gained across the workflow as well. So thank you very much for listening. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm not going to be able to stick around for the Q&A, unfortunately. I've got another commitment. But if you do have other questions, please do contact us through the Neogen website, or there's my colleague Samuel, his email address is on there, my email address is on there. Please do reach out to us with any questions that you've got about anything that I've spoken about today and anything additional. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Please, another round of applause. Thank you for your time, for that brilliant presentation. Thank you so much. All right, we'll be moving on to the next session that we have. Very quickly, I will be introducing our next speaker. But before that, let me start by sharing this. Detecting a pathogen is only the first step. What happens after you find it determines whether lives are saved or not. Risk analysis is the science of understanding a threat, communicating it clearly, and managing the response before it becomes a crisis. In Africa, where foodborne disease surveillance is still patchy and communication systems are stretched, getting this right is one of the most important things science can do for public health. So it's on that premise I'll be introducing our next speaker. Who is our next speaker? Our next speaker is the professor of microbiology at Niger Delta University in Bayelsa State, one of Nigeria's established voices on laboratory science, healthcare technology, and food pathogen research. He recently delivered a major lecture at Pamo University of Medical Sciences on the role of technology in transforming health systems, speaking to the future of diagnostics, diagnostics, monitoring, and precision medicine in Africa. His work connects laboratory microbiology to real healthcare outcomes. Now, he'll be presenting on the topic risk analysis, assessment, management, and communication of foodborne pathogens. Please, with a loud ovation, with a deserving ovation, let's make welcome the one and only Professor Tatfeng Mirabiu. Please keep it going until he's off stage. Thank you so much and welcome, Professor. It's a pleasure, a honor to have you here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe the protocol has already been established, and for want of time, I want to crave your indulgence to permit me to lean on it, because I can't stand on it with my weight. I'm sure I will break it. So please forgive me. All the same, I want to appreciate the organizers, of this event for finding me worthy, to speak, to this very beautiful audience. And also, I would say that the topic is very apt because it has to do with something I love a lot, food. And food can never be a taboo, when it comes to our existence on Earth. So before I step into my topic, I want to share some perceptions with us. When the maker of the universe was doing his thing, he created a group or some things referred to as living things, and made something common to these living things. What is that common thing? He made food. Because when we consider the living things that our Maker made, man is part of it, microbes are part of it, plants are part of it, and so many others. But he directed that all these living things should serve as food to each other. That's why we rely on living things for the continuity of our species. We also have so many living things that rely on us for continuity of their species. What am I trying to say? I'm just trying to draw our attention to the fact that when a bacterium finds itself into our system and multiplies and eventually causes illness, it's not out of wickedness. The microorganism is just looking for food for continuity of their species. Just like we also go after vegetables, fowl, goat. We are in search of protein. God made it that way. So we have to feed on each other for continuity of our species. But in doing that, we must do it safely. Next slide, please. So, can we look at the next slide? Yes, just for outline, we are going to look at what foodborne diseases are. We are going to look at the pillars of risk analysis, the microbial risk evaluation from farm to fork, and the practical management options for regulators and the industry. Next slide, please. So just as I said earlier, in an attempt for continuity of our existence, we all rely on safe food. And we say safe food begins with understanding risk and ends with communication, and that communication must be effective. Next slide, please. So just some little statistics. We say unsafe food remain one of the major health burdens around the world, and about 6 million individuals, come down with ill health related food, unsafe food, from which 420,000 may visit their ancestors, and about 125,000 deaths in children under the age of 5. Children under 5 carry about 40% of the foodborne diseases, and we all know that unsafe food will weaken our public trust and will stretch the health facilities, and obviously will also disrupt trade. And one interesting thing about these foodborne diseases is that they are easily preventable if we understand the chain, the food chain. Next slide, please. Yes. What are foodborne pathogens? Microbiologically, we define pathogens as any organism, this invisible creature of God, that if they find themselves into our system, they may cause any problem. And many of them use food as channel of entry. You know, in getting into, through food, we can acquire some of these pathogens. And classify into different groups. We have those referred to as the bacteria because of their cellular organization. We have those referred to as fungi. We have those we refer to as viruses. Yes, most of the time, it could be the organism that is causing the problem. But sometimes, too, it may be the end product of their metabolism that may be a problem. Let me cite a simple example. Here we have an organism that everybody knows about, which we refer to as Staphylococcus aureus. There are some strain of Staphylococcus aureus that, if found on our food, they may produce some toxin. Even if you heat that food, you kill up the Staphylococcus aureus, but the toxin remains and still cause problem. Next slide, please. Yes, let me just mention some of them. I'm sure we are very much abreast with typhoid fever. The bacterial agent that causes typhoid fever is called Salmonella typhi. There's some subgroup of them, also the paratyphi A, B, and C, that may cause some Salmonella-like illnesses. We have the Campylobacter species. We have the E. coli, this Escherichia coli. These are organisms that we can find anywhere. Some of them are present. They're present in the environment. They are present in our GIT. We refer to many of them, this organism, as ubiquitous organisms because you can actually find them everywhere. But some of them are host-specific. For instance, Salmonella typhi actually thrives specifically in the human host. And it can only get into the environment through fecal contamination. So if you come down with typhoid fever, invariably you must have fed on something contaminated with fecal material because it exists in the GIT of humans. The previous speaker spoke extensively on the listeria, where they developed technologies to quickly detect listeriosis because it's one of the major pathogens incriminated in as foodborne pathogen, especially cold food and so on. So we also have this very aggressive pathogen called the Vibrio species. You know, these are pathogens associated with cholera. As you are aware, there's an outbreak of cholera, I think in the Maiduguri now, where we have recorded almost 80 fatalities. Good. Next. Good. We talk about viruses. Yes, noroviruses, hepatitis A, which is also orally transmitted, and many other viruses have been associated with gastroenteritis. We have some parasites like Toxoplasma gondii, tinea, and so many. Let me not disturb you much with these microbiological terminologies. So obviously we spoke briefly about the chemical toxins. We have some of these organisms that they are not the one causing the problem, but it's the toxin they release that is actually a big deal. And for those of us who have had experience of maybe eating rice and developing running stomach 2 hours after, some of these are associated to staphylococcal toxins, or taking a piece of cake, and within 2 to 6 hours, we come up with some gastrointestinal discomfort. So some of these are associated to toxin. Next slide, please. Yes, when we talk about risk, yes, it's not just at the point of consumption. Obviously, it will be from production to consumption. That's why I'm starting this side from the farm to the fork. Yes, because many of these food produced from farms, the problem may start from production from the farm. Now, we need to understand the chain and understand at what stage contamination can come in. So we say risk begin in primary production and continue through processing, transport, retail and household handling. We may get our food contaminated in the house. Maybe the process of production was okay, but it's at the end of the process that we get it contaminated. So, and also microbial loads, they are microorganisms. A lot of environmental conditions determine how they perform. So sometimes the preservation may enable this organism to thrive. Sometimes the preservation, by preservation I mean environmental conditions and so on. We talk about temperature abuse, or if the environment is not hygienic, you get food, you don't keep it in the safe environment, and some of these organisms get into it, that may give it an opportunity to multiply and cause problem. And traceability matter is actually, it's very, very important. So once we understand the chain of food production, and a batch, for instance, found is said to be contaminated, if the food is properly barcoded, we can actually trace and know at what point contamination comes in and maybe make a recall if the product has been distributed to so many retail points. Thank you. Next slide. It says, risk analysis. Yeah, let's look at the decision framework. We see risk assessment is science-based. Yes, it requires a lot of scientific input to actually understand risk assessment. Just as I said earlier, in ensuring good life on earth, you must ensure safe food. So, and for us to appreciate what we are talking about, we need to understand all the risk associated. So, we need to be intentional and scientific about our approach. So, there are so many questions that we ask: what can go wrong? How severe that can be, and how much exposures occurs. Now, managing the risk actually also depends on the policies we have. So once we understand the scientific input, be able to come up with strong policies to limit, to ensure food safety. And communication is very, very important. That's why we state here that risk communication links both through continual exchange of information and opinion. Effective food safety system depend on all the three components working together. So you may have good policies. If they are not properly communicated, you won't achieve the desired goal. Or you have a full understanding of the risk associated with food, but if proper policies are not enacted and properly implemented and communicated to the population, obviously, we may not achieve the desired goal. Next slide, please. So risk analysis is iterative. It is not a one-time business. So risk analysis is a continuous process because determinants vary with time and space. So risk assessment is something that must be continuous. So there are several questions that risk assessors should be focused on, and the management decision must be properly implemented. In cases of emergencies, for instance, of outbreaks, there are a lot of pressures that we build up and uncertainties. So we have to ensure that the processes are properly understood and communicated. Let me just state a simple example. We were called when there was this outbreak in Maiduguri because we are not prepared about that kind of eventuality. You know, there is a kind of confusion in the system. That's why you see that it's becoming very difficult to stop the spread of this pathogen. There wasn't any proper risk management on ground. Now, it's now that maybe the public health officers are trying to enact, you know, a risk management process, but the organism won't be waiting for them. That's why it keeps spreading. But as a country, if we had a proper risk management in place, that means we'll be able to intercept the pathogen before it's even setting into the community. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yes. Let's look at the risk assessment at a glance. So there are basically 4 pillars. We have what we call the hazard identification, the hazard characterization, the exposure assessment, and the risk characterization. The risk assessment estimates both likelihood and severity of adverse effect. A couple of years back, there was an outbreak of coronavirus. But in the civilized climes, they've started planning for the next outbreak without even knowing the pathogen that will come in. So they've started thinking about the next outbreak that will come and how they would tackle it. But in our system, because of our weak health system and non-existent, I would say non-existing health system, we are even having problem tackling the little infection that we know exists with us. So we said it can be qualitative, semi-quantitative, and quantitative. Output should carry state assumption, uncertainties, and the population of interest. Next slide, please. It's under hazard identification. Identifying the pathogen, the toxin, or other agent capable of causing harm. So this is what we are talking about. If we are asked in our environment, what are the likely pathogens in a particular environment? You know, because we are not very intentional about it, we can't even say it. We can't even mention the type of organism that circulates in our environment. If the public health services was actually functioning very well, we'll have been able to come up with the map of pathogens around the country. For instance, in the state where I come from, where people still practice a lot of open defecation, people still defecate in the river. But if we ask the public health services within that environment, can you tell us the pathogens that are present in this environment? We can't, because we are not intentional about it. We don't care. We don't want to know. It's only when an outbreak comes up that we start, you know, running, you know. But if on a yearly basis, we're able to assess, for instance, all the waters running around us, we're able to maybe periodically look at the biodiversity in those waters. We can actually even predict when maybe cholera will break out. Because if we have the habit of studying the biodiversity in our environment, and we determine or we are able to identify a pathogen, that pathogen is actually telling you that in that environment there is risk of outbreak. So we start preparing against that outbreak. So sometimes it's when the outbreak comes up that we fight to even identify which pathogen is causing that. Yet we had the means to actually know the pathogen that exists in that environment before an outbreak occur. So link the agent to a specific food or food category. So we obviously, most of these pathogens, their route of transmissions are properly understood. So once we understood them, we can know the kind of food that could be associated with them, you know, and also, you know that some of those food come in periodically. Once we note that during or when this particular food, it could be fruit that comes up, you know, we can start enacting some preventive measures before the outbreak comes. define susceptible group, likely exposure route, plausible, yes, point of contamination, yes. There are so many organisms that have affinity for some group of people. Yes, there are some pathogens that you find out that, okay, they may be more associated with pregnant women. There are some pathogens you may say, okay, yes, this one can actually spread through females, you know, so, or maybe through men, and all those studies, are known. We know those pathogens. There are some pathogens that if you find in an environment, it gives you other informations. So the goal is to decide whether the hazard deserves further assessment and control. So all these informations, knowledge about all this is actually very important in predicting and maybe intervening in cases of outbreak. Yes, next. Is hazard characterization. This step describes how bad the outcome can be if exposure occurs. We talk about severity, duration, and reversibility of illnesses. For instance, we look at an organism like Vibrio cholera. It's something that is a pathogen that may take life if not properly managed within days. And many of them, could be transmitted through food. They're foodborne, that refer to also as foodborne pathogens, because if there is fecal contamination of a fruit, it could be an orange, it could be a mango, these are very dangerous pathogens, and we say they're very virulent because they can take life within the shortest possible time. Dose response, yes, sometimes, obviously, what we call the infective dosage. Some organisms have different infective dosage. You need to ingest them in a large amount before you come down with them. But there are some you need to, no matter how little you take them, you are sure of coming down with that ailment. So virulent differences, host susceptibility, we talked about it. How the food matrix changes pathogen survival or infectivity. Yes, there are some food that fine. If you boil it, obviously pathogen is gone. But there's still some food that we still take raw. By virtue of the fact that we can consume them raw, the probability of destroying them becomes very, very minimal. Next. Yes. Now, exposure assessment. This estimates how likely people are to ingest the hazard and in what amount. So captures changes across primary production, processing, retail, households, and distribution. When we talk about food, we are talking about risk assessment. We are looking at from production to consumption. For instance, we have some farmland that they used to use biological fertilizers. It could be cow dungs or even human waste, but there are some of those pathogens whose cysts can resist, destruction, and if such food can get contaminated from that point of production. If throughout the process, maybe hygienic procedures are not properly followed, and we can have them into our system. Next slide, please. Risk characterization. Risk characterization integrates all earlier steps into an estimate of adverse effect likely to occur in a defined population. This combines severity with exposure, can express risk as qualitative categories or numerical estimate, must state assumptions, model limit, and confidence support ranking of risk and selection of managing options. Next slide, please. Yes, there are a lot of certainties and variabilities when we talk about food processing, because all these vary from one food to the other. Next. Good. And there are several approaches. We can approach them qualitatively or quantitatively. For best use, we have rapid decisions, limited data, initial screening, the strength, it's fast, practical, easier to communicate, and one of the limitations is it's less precise, hard to compare, options numerically. Next slide, please. Yes, risks management. The risk management weighs policy alternatives in light of assessment, result and other legitimate factors. It selects, implement, and reviews control options. The process should be transparent, documented, and linked to public health objectives. Monitoring and review are essential because conditions change over time. So in risk assessment, there must be constant review, for the reason we stated here, because of the conditions that change over time. Next. Yes. Prevention of control. Okay, this is an aspect that is actually very important, because in talking of risk management, we are trying to prevent or maybe control any foodborne disease. So you see, good agricultural, hygienic, and manufacturing practices have to be adopted. Validated heat treatment, pasteurization and sanitization, cold chain control, and time, temperature management, supplier assurance, traceability, and segregation of raw and ready-to-eat food. So for verification and enforcement, we have the HACP monitoring and corrective action, routine sampling, environmental monitoring and audit, risk-based inspection, and product recall when needed. This is actually very, very important, but I don't think as a country we sometimes practice this, because you may have a batch of tomato, that's gone bad in your own shop. Most of the time we don't report. What do? We discard. But there must be a feedback mechanism, that can be traced back to the producer, so that when they identify maybe a batch that has gone bad, they can now recall, wherever they've sent the product to. Next. Yes. The hazard analysis critical control point is preventive. It aims to control hazard before unsafe food reaches the consumer. Core elements include hazard analysis, CCP identification, that is critical control point identification, and so on. Next. Good. Surveillance, inspection, and laboratory system. Risk analysis depend on credible data, from surveillance. That's how we said risk analysis is a continuous process. So we need to keep analyzing the data we get from the field. Routine monitoring detects trend before large outbreaks occur. Environmental sampling, pathogen typing, trace backs, strengthen investigation quality. Risk-based inspection target high-risk food facilities and practices. Next slide, please. Yes. Food safety, emergencies, and recall. Okay, preparedness before the event. So this has to do mostly with all the regulatory bodies, those who regulate food, how they should operate. You see here, National Food Safety Emergency Response Plan, define response team and multi-agency coordination, access to data, previous risk assessment, and expert advice, template checklist, and communication tools. During the event, what should be done? Define product, lot distribution, expose population, ask focused risk assessment questions, implement rapid control. After the event, document actions and timelines, evaluate effectiveness of controls, and capture lessons learned, revise plans, and guidance and training. Next. Yes, risk communication. Why this matters, just as we said earlier, that it's one of the pillars of risk assessment, the ability to communicate. So risk communication is a continuous two-way. That's why I was talking about the feedback. So it shouldn't just be from the producer, regulators, to the customers, but to the consumer. The consumer should also have a system of feeding the system backward. So it involves assessors, managers, industries, consumers, health workers, media, and other stakeholders. Yes, its job is not only to inform, but also to build understanding, trust, and action. Poor communication can turn a manageable hazard into a public confidence crisis. Next. Good. Goals of risk communication. Effective communication should do more than share fact. Promote awareness and understanding the issues. Support transparency and decision making. Explain the rationale for control measures. Strengthen relationship among institutions and the public. Next. Yes. For effective communication during outbreak, yes, because this is always a situation of panic when there's outbreak. Just as stated earlier, if a nation is not intentional about risk management, anytime there is outbreak, they'll always panic. And when we operate under a panic system, obviously, we are prone to several errors. So communicate before rumors fill the gap. You remember during COVID, we were told to have our bath with trailer load of salt. So before the NCDC came into it, there was no more salt on the market. The price of salt had gone up. So we need to be accurate, state what is known, unknown, and being investigated. Be consistent, align messages across agencies and spokespeople. We need to be emphatic, address fear, livelihood, and the need, of vulnerable groups. We need to be action-oriented, tell people what to do now, not only what happened. So be adaptable, update messages as evidence changes. Thank you. Next slide. Good. Audience-specific message, improve compliance. I think, let me not waste much of our time. These are the means of communication and what each agency needs to do. Next slide. Yes. Consumer prevention. The WO5 keys. Keep clean, separate raw and cooked food, cook thoroughly, keep food at safe temperatures, use safe water and raw materials. Next. Yeah, common failure that drive outbreaks. Cross-contamination between raw and ready-to-eat food. So I mentioned this earlier. We may have maybe water contaminated with Vibrio cholera that we use to water some vegetables, and eventually harvest the vegetables meant for consumption. And if it's not properly treated, we can get contamination from that source. So poor hand hygiene and dirty utensils or clothing too. Okay, with the introduction, sensitization around hand wash hygiene, the prevalence of intestinal parasite are drastically dropped in our environment. Unsafe water, poor sanitation and weak environmental cleaning, delayed detection, and delayed communication. Good. Next. A priority action for government and regulators. Strengthen food laws, standards, and enforcement capacities. Is that really what is happening in this country? Our food laws actually strengthened? No. That's why people can feed dogs with anything they want. Invest in integrated surveillance, laboratories, and data sharing. So when we talk about integrated surveillance, it has to do with a lot of data collection from the fields, could be from the regulators, from the consumers, or maybe the the retailers. Use risk-based inspection to target the highest public health return. Maintain emergency response plan. So recall systems and train spokespeople. Coordinate across agriculture, health, trade, environment, and local authorities. Support transparent communication that protect health and public trust. Public trust is actually very, very important here. So if the public loses trust in public health services, I think it's something that may be very, very disastrous. Next. Yes. Share responsibilities, industries, academia. So it's a business of everybody. It has not to do just with the producer. The academia has a great role to play in terms of producing the data and analyzing them, collecting data, analyzing them. The industry has to adhere to their standard. That's why when we talk about food production, we always believe in companies that are, that subject themselves to some standards, basically maybe the ISO standard. The public use safer food practice, observe recalls, and health advice. Just as I pointed out earlier, some of these things are far away from us because we don't actually have a system of reporting I don't know whether NAFDAC has ever come up one day and say, if you buy a can of tomato, after opening it, you know, it carries maybe some mold on it. This is how you can report it to us. But that doesn't exist. So when we observe that kind of thing, what do? We barely throw it away. And that ends there. Maybe we don't know that it affects the whole batch. Other people, wherever they are, they'll be consuming it. Someone will tell you, after investing 100 naira, I can't afford to lose this. I will still use it and cook. After all, if I boil it, you know, I will destroy the organism. But unknowing to us, some of these organisms produce some toxins that even heat cannot destroy. Next slide. So risk analysis succeeds when science, policy, and communication move together. Next slide. Yes. Some key takeaway remain: unsafe food is common, costly, and largely preventable. Risk assessment organizes evidence on hazard exposure and health impact. Risk management turns evidence into preventive controls and emergency action. Risk communication is essential for trust, compliance, and faster outbreak control. Prepared system save lives. Next. On this note, I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor. Please, another round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that insightful session. All right, so we're moving on to the next session. We'll be having our panel session right now. And I'll be inviting the moderator who would invite all the speakers that will be on the panel. So this panel ahead will bring together voices from government, private laboratories, academia, and industry. Holding that conversation together. Okay, I beg your pardon. Before we move on, please, we cannot ignore or move past this session, please. We need to award our professor. Thank you so much. All right, so I will be welcoming back our professor on stage. So I would like to honor you with an award for the impact that you do. Thank you so much. So let's put our hands together for him as he comes up majestically. And I would also like to invite our event director, the person of the stunning Mrs. Patricia Osazua, to present the award. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. We had a very insightful moment. Thank you. VCL staff, please come up stage. On behalf of Vetan Concepts Limited, I want to say big thank you for your contribution towards the success of our exhibition. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Tat Feng. So moving on, I will be inviting our moderator for the panel session right now. So the panel ahead will bring together voices from government, private laboratories, academia, and industry. Holding that conversation together requires someone who understands how all those worlds connect. Our moderator is the Chief Executive Officer of Maya Salis International Limited, a company with a focus on general contracts and professional services. She brings commercial leadership experience and an understanding of how public and private interests must work together to build effective food safety systems. Like we always do it, please, let's make welcome our panel moderator, the person of Dr. Salmat Musa Salisu, as she comes up stage to moderate this panel session. Please, let's keep it going until she's up stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're welcome, Doctor. Thank you.
something happened in this room yesterday. I don't know if you were here yesterday, but something happened. This hall was filled with speaking intellectual properties yesterday. And today is not different. We have had our professor spoke. And for the youth, please take your pen and make meaningful network, okay? Because you need it. If they leave this place, accessing them in their office may be so difficult for you. On this note, good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected panelists, public health experts, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Ambassador Salmat Salisu Musa, and I will be moderating an important panel session on regional and global collaboration on foodborne pathogen. What are foodborne pathogen? My professor has done an extensive work in that area. But foodborne pathogen has continuously, from time immemorial, to cause problems in our lives, affect trades and economic development. And because of these challenges, sessions like this are necessities. As I often say, as a microbiologist, they may be small and microscopic in nature, but when it comes to survival skills, tactics, strategies, nobody can call them fools. Who are they? What are they? We are talking about these small microscopic organisms, bacteria, viruses, parasites, and other harmful microorganisms whose negative impact does not only affect human health, but cut across international trades, livelihood, consumers' confidence, food chain, food security, food safety, and the most painful aspect of it all is that they evolved, they develop resistance, they manipulate and mutate to continuously, and they are very fast in crossing borders, to continuously cause human unrest. Let me tell you something. Coming for this conference, I myself, I will regard myself as a vector at this time. I cut across 2 different continents. And when I was leaving Nigeria for Asian, I bought Ijebu Gari from Lagos. I bought Gradnut from Abuja. I took this food. I traveled out of the country. When I got to a particular country where I was going to, I went to 5 different provinces with this foodstuff. When I move from one point to another, I buy their chocolate, I buy their food, I buy their traditional cookies. And at a particular point, I and my friend, we met. Then she asked me, Maya, what did you buy for me? I said, nothing. She said, you buy nothing? I said, yes. She collected my gari and my gradnut and traveled with it to the UK the next day. And me coming back to Nigeria for this conference, I was just reminiscing about all the activities fast that has happened within a few hours, couple of days. And I started to ask myself question. You are coming to talk about foodborne pathogen, and you are a microbiologist, and look at your activities in the last few hours. Maya, I have a question for myself, but I refuse to ask myself that question because I decided to bring it here. Now let me ask us. In a world today where food products moves across continents, nations, provinces, or states within seconds, hours, are our surveillance strategies, risk assessment, communication analysis, management, are they fast enough and advanced enough to face emergence of foodborne pathogen diseases emerges? No, we are not ready. Meo. China people will tell you meo at this point. It's always a case of it's either we are not ready or maybe we are not intentional as microorganisms. When it comes to taxonomical hierarchy of organisms in general, Human beings, we are termed Homo sapiens, meaning we are the wisest, we are the most intelligent, the highest developed organisms on the surface of the earth. But I ask you, how many times have any human caused the world to be on a standstill? You are the most intelligent, right? How many times have you put the world, the whole world, across 7 continents we have, on a pause? Nobody has done that. But who did? Who did? COVID-19 paused us. Irrespective of the continent you were head there. Indoor, go nowhere, you stay where you are. Not if. At this point, I can say that microorganisms, they are the real boss. Honestly, if human beings are intentional as microorganisms, these challenges we are having, we will be well prepared ahead. But taking the position that God has given to us, we remain the boss. So this is why I so much thank the organizers of this event for bringing people from different sectors to come prepare us, share perspective and insight to know how we can take the position that nature has given to us as humans to always get ahead of microorganisms, no matter how much they mutate, evolve, or develop resistance. And this is why sessions like this has necessitated science investment, has necessitated innovation, has necessitated dialogues that will prepare us for the problem ahead. Not only us for us to react when it happens. Today we are talking about Budi Bogyo. In 2007, I was in GSS 3. And today I am a doctor of philosopher. And we are still talking about Budu Bagyo or whatsoever it is called in Uganda. And what is it called? Congo. In 2007, it happened. I was in GSS 3, but I read about it. It's not new. Having said all of this, today we are going to be inviting experts from the regulatory agency, from the academy, from the industry, so that we can sit down and dialogue. Look at areas where we can provide solutions to our existing problems and the upcoming one, because microorganisms are not real, they are not playing with us. So we have to get serious. And when I say serious, we have to get working. So I indulge this audience to please engage in this session actively. Ask thoughtful and meaningful questions that will help us to solve our problems, because nobody is coming to save Africa for Africans. It is our responsibility. Please, I would, where is Aham? Precious MC, I want this panel session to be very interactive. Please move around. I want them, at least 2 questions should come from well-seated, distinguished audience, because we have to synchronize, synergize the audience with the panelists so that we can, move ahead, because they have ideas. Let them ask questions. We have industry key players here. Let them ask them the question so that we have solution. Okay? So on this note, I am not going to be reading profile because we don't have time for that. Most of the panelists of this session, they are too loaded. If we are to stay here to read their profile, I don't think the whole panel session will be enough for that. So, you know one thing about profile and people, right? When they are assets, when they are value-added people, when they speak, you hear them. They are going to be making reference to their work, their offices, their involvement. Then you will know who they are, because I don't think my introduction will do justice. So let's just go straight to today's business. And please, I want this room to be heated up because we are out for business. So the first person on my list, talking about control and detection, is someone from a regulatory agency in Nigeria, which is, of course, topmost, the height of the regulatory agency. And he is an assistant director, at National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. You can see where we are going. Solutions are here. So let's go. In the person of Dr. Delegate Abba. Welcome, doctor. We are privileged to have you. Please sit down. And then the next intellectual property we have is someone who is a project officer, quality assurance and accreditation, Association of Africa Universities, AAU, Professor Adewale Olusegun Obadina. He's going to be joining us live, I was informed. So please make arrangement for him to come because we cannot afford not to have him. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, Prof.
I'm with you.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Thank you, Prof. We are privileged to have you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Good day from Accra at the AAU Secretariat.
Oh, wow, Prof. Okay. We'll move on to the next panelist, which is someone from, who is a lab scientist, a microbiologist, a manager, a lab technician, everything lab from Ethical Lab, Mr. Jacob Ayala. And then we have, I told you, we carry the profile of these people because it is lengthy. Like Ola of Lagos will say, it is plenty. So let's leave it. So we have another professor from the Department of Veterinary Public Health and Preventive Medicine, University of Ilori, Nigeria, in the person of Dr. Ismail Ayode Adetokun. Okay, I think we now have a full house. Okay, we still have one person left. We have someone from food processing company, who are the right people, of course, we should be talking to today, in the person of Mr. James Abiodu. Okay. Please do not forget to ask your questions, because the solution we seek, you have, they have. So let's get into it. Welcome, sirs. Welcome, professors. Welcome, doctors. Okay. We are going to be having an impactful session with the hope that the future of Africa lies in our hands. So I am going to be starting with sorry, we are starting with Dr. Dala Diaba. As someone who holds a very big position in our regulatory agency, NAFDAC, and assistant director for that. So, Prof, I'd like to ask you, how can African countries collaborate more effectively in tracking and responding to foodborne diseases outbreaks?
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be part of this conference or workshop. From what the moderator asks, how do we collaborate and track foodborne pathogen in Africa? You see, when professor here, we had a lecture on risk assessment. The moderator gave a preamble on what pathogen is all about. And their schemas, we all know. The best way, I feel, is the hardest way. We know their schemas, and we know the nature of our African countries. We know how food are being traded, moved from one corner to another, from one country to another. And we know this organism or pathogen, they don't have respect for border. They move from one place to another. As we are moving, move along with us with the pathogen. So there is need for us to strategize and find a way of controlling or tracking down this food pathogen across Africa. From my opinion, there is need for well and proper, as the topic here discussed, well and proper collaboration among the African countries. The action, the practice has to be well integrated, well come together to think of, to have a well integrated plan to handle this situation. You know, Professor discussed when dealing with risk assessment. He did mention 3 things, which I was taking note. I took note of those things. He talked of surveillance. He talked of communication, risk communication. And he talked of data sharing, something like that. So when there is well-integrated surveillance system that link up One Health actors, when I say, I just put it, One Health actors, anybody that is involved in food handling, stakeholders in food generally, we call it an actor in One Health. You know, One Health involve animal, involve environment, and human being as well. And these ones, they are everywhere. You know, they are ubiquitous, this pathogen. They are in animal, they are in plant, agriculture, product, they are in the farm. I saw where he said from farm to fork, the assessment. So a well-integrated surveillance network is very important. But since it's not only Nigeria, there is need to collaborate with other countries. And that's why there are a lot of network put in place to assist in this surveillance. Surveillance and monitoring has to do with trying to detect where the thing happened, what happened, what do we do, what can be done. These are the areas. So when the One Health actors, regulators like we, public health officers, individuals, food handlers wherever they are, the government itself come together. Those from agri come together to have an action plan on this surveillance. Once it is detected, what can be done? Laboratory is part of it. So these One Health actors that are involved in every aspect of surveillance need to be well integrated, and then need whenever one of them, like laboratory, inspectors, regulators, anybody carry out his own responsibility, there must be well integrated sharing system. They share among themselves so that each and everyone will get information about what is going on. This is one way African countries can be able to handle that, because, you know, we must eat. Madam gave an example, food crosses. You move to somewhere, you bring something, and you take something to somewhere. So that sharing in terms of surveillance is very important. Then the second aspect, we need to go and think of global best practice in Africa so that we'll have well-harmonized system. We need to adopt what is America doing? What is that all those developed countries, what are they doing? We should bring their expertise to our own home and adopt it. A good example is, when you look at it, nowadays, Nigeria began to adopt a well-standard harmonized system of standardizing foodborne control. How? There are global network, there are global regulatory authorities that produces policies, guidelines, standard, which we adopt. You know, we are trading, we move from one place to another. We need to take our thing for export, we need to bring things down. So they have their own standard. We have our own. If really we want to go into export, definitely you are taking something to their country, you need to go by their standard. So in order to improve the exportation, facilitate the importation process. Now, the international or global best practice, especially when it comes to when we adopt international best practice in our country or in Africa, you know, we adopt what they are doing, we bring it down, and then we have coordinators in the system. You know, it's a formal issue. It's not something informal. What are those coordinators? We have AU, we have ECOWAS. These are bodies responsible for monitoring. When you go there, there are a lot of units. We have, let's say in AU, we have PACA, Pan-African Control of Aflatoxin, if we can put it that way. We have ECOWAS that handle food issue. There is a unit there. So this, they go, in fact, they adopt the global best practice where they can share data among African countries. If anything happens in Nigeria, let's say there is a case here in Lagos, what will happen? The local body here that is well strengthened is able to detect. Once they detect, what do? They share it with what? The body responsible in the country for controlling foodborne pathogen or diseases. Someone like NAFDAC. NAFDAC is part of those ones. So it is NAFDAC that is recognized there as a body responsible for handling anything has to do with food. So once locally something is detected, it will be, NAFDAC will be informed that this thing happened. And then NAFDAC will set a surveillance process. Even though I had professors say the information at least is weak in NAFDAC. It's not that it's weak. You know, the system in the country has its own problem. Even the alerting system, we alert people. We tell people what to do. But one thing with Nigeria, we are not much more serious on a on a matter that is concern us. Rather, we go on, you know, we believe in anything has to do with this kind of funny things in the media, rather than being serious. You don't care about, okay, NAFDAC give an alert on a particular thing. Let me give you an instance with what happened just currently. If the system is not well strengthened, there wouldn't be any information. In Niger Republic, there was an alert that there was a rise that killed a lot of people over there. So immediately, through ECOWAS down to Nigeria, then there was that information brought to us. Before you know, even Department of Security alert us. We are alert already through a system that is well organized. You know, it's only Nigeria that is part of World Health Organization important networks. That is International Food Authority Network that is responsible for alerting everybody in the globe about what happened. If something happened here, it will be assessed and sent to PulseNet. PulseNet is a kind of network that is responsible for handling issue, has to do with laboratory issue. Once they detect and find out, identify, it will be alerted. The enforcer will be alerted, and enforcer will now set alert to all the members country. The members country now will start carrying out surveillance and know what to do in order to curtail. I understand what Professor was saying. I picked some things when he was saying assessment management, risk assessment management, and communication. We know in communication digitally, we are poor. But thanks be to God, with this handset now that has just come, if we can strengthen multimedia system, that will go a long way in alerting a lot of people on what, when they see, they report. When they see, what do we do? You know where to go. Even before you know, in a minute, so many people can get information about that. But the issue, you know, there are some people that sit and create what? Create something that is not even there. So as a regulators, we need to screen, understand. We can't release anything anyhow because we have had it. It has to come formally from a formal way. So, you know, adopting standard, harmonizing standard, harmonization of the standard protocol is very important. That's why you see, okay, Nigeria adopt so-so thing like all this international body, Codes Alimentarius Commission, World Health Organization, EU. That's when you see a lot of standard being used. And these are the things when we use can enable our exporters and we ourselves to even send our things there. So actually, to strengthen that, our information, our standard way of doing things, we need to have a well-integrated surveillance network. And at the same time, we need to, during assessment, he spoke about even training, laboratory capacity. If we don't have a very good laboratory capacity, we are just wasting our time. And at the same time, there is political commitment and funding. If you know what NAFDAC is having, I come from NAFDAC. NAFDAC has a very good laboratory here in Lagos and so many places. They are there for testing food, different kind of food, but they are costly, too expensive that individual hardly to acquire them. So to improve the laboratory capacity matters a lot so that we can go into emerging technologies in terms of detecting the foodborne pathogen. You know, these days, this basic one, conventional one, is outdated. It's only a country that is incapacitated, doesn't have the resource and funding. When Prof say we have the resources and funding, I agree with him. We have it. But what is the problem? Corruption and political commitment. Come to understand, you put billions to purchase something like this. So to a politician is, what is the importance of this politically? They don't care. You understand? But health-wise is very important. Those in the lab know what they are facing, know where the constraints are. But actually to strengthen our laboratory. Then let me give you an instance. Countries that doesn't have, one important of this collaboration, if you lack, there are countries that are very powerful and academicians and other people, they go and align themselves with them and now establish a reference laboratory in the country where at least quick analysis could be done with sophisticated and technologies that are current, that are recent, the one we are using now. Faster, easier, and one can easily detect, and now information could be shared quickly. So laboratory, strengthening the laboratory matters a lot. And then the personnel. We have to look at the people, training. If you bring machines, you bring laboratory with well-sophisticated equipment, but there is no capacity building there. It's as useless as building a big house without what? No madam inside. No, I'm telling you. Any beautiful house without a woman is what? Answer me. Should I say useless? So the same thing when you now have an equipment, no capacity building, no training, no people, you just be watching the thing. So Nigeria and some African countries come together. Countries that is capable of liaise or cooperate with. That's why we see strong collaboration, strong cooperation among the countries is very important. So once training is there, then on food handling, training the inspectors like us on new way of doing one thing or the other, all in the name of detecting this foodborne pathogen is very important. Another issue is current digital information is very important. Now IA has come to stay. This is the one that is latest, 2025, 2026, these are the current that are using somewhere. Even in the laboratory, there is what we call whole genome sequencing. This is the latest one that has been done to detect. But sincerely speaking, even in Nigeria, we don't have that. But I don't know other establishment. We don't have it being the actor of food regulation. But at least I know we liaise with important World Health Organization for quick and easy detection. Then Prof discussed something, pathogens. Do we have database for this pathogen? We need to strengthen that in Africa. We need to find way that we can have database for all these pathogens. If it is detected, confirmed, where do we save it? We don't have. We don't have. In Africa, we are lacking all these things. That's why, that is what led to the emergence of what? All these reference laboratory all over. Like in Mina, if you go for mycotoxin, there is one. Whenever you want to do analysis of mycotoxin to detect pathogen that produce all that toxin, you go to Mina. They have a reference laboratory for food safety and mycotoxicology. They do it there. So, but it's not everywhere you see. So, strengthening laboratory is very important. And above all, we should avoid in Africa. I pick a point when Prof was talking. Please, this is the only lecture I attended. And I listened to him very careful to pick certain things. You see, when we want to detect, or we want to strengthen, or we want a proper cooperation or proper way of controlling this pathogen in Africa. During his risk-based assessment, management, and what have you, he mentioned some things like this pathogen you see, there is need for us to, as simple as that, to strengthen a very small way that me and you can be able to tackle it from grassroots. That is simple hygiene practice. We have to sensitize people, enlighten people on this simple hygiene practice. You know, there are ready-to-eat products. You take them, you eat, and they are in the market. There are vegetables all over. Like Madam what she say, you bring granite, you begin to eat, you buy it from the market, something like that. As simple hygiene on those things are very important. Before you take, you wash. Before you eat, you wash. There are things that you need to cook very well before you eat, or else you don't know. Like what Madam said, they are very clever and smart, they are everywhere. They are ubiquitous. We think they are not here, they are. We think they are not in our body, they are. We carry them wherever we go. So as simple as that is enough when we strengthen that, enlighten our people, tell people, go to community engagement, strengthen that thing from grassroots down local level, wherever you are, use whatever media to do advocacy, to enlighten people, sensitize people on that. So strengthening that is very important, even though we don't have AI way of curtailing all those things. So actually, when we follow this, we'll be able to. Reactive way of handling, that is basic way or conventional way of foodborne pathogen these days is not the answer. We should go proactive. Proactive, that is prevention. Not when the thing happen, you know, when you hear recall, you hear tracking, you hear this and that, already it has happened. It has happened. So we should go more proactive. Before it happens, what do we do? Probably emphasize on this. What do? We try. When we hear, we take measures. When we suspect, we try. Not find, not after, you know, the reactive one, you find and know what to do. But this one, you guess, probably this thing will happen if this thing happen. Why not prevent the occurrence of this? So we strengthen all those models. Then we will have our country and our African countries all over. We will minimize the movement and the movement of this pathogen from one place to another. Thank you very much, ma'am. I think I've spoken small.
Thank you so much, Doctor. That was an elaborate explanation, and you almost even ate deep to my next question. In case for those of you that don't know, late Professor Dora Akoyele, Ikem Dili, is my role model. And when it comes to NAFDAC, I am very passionate, very passionate. Haven't taken so much time to explain to us, it still will not stop this follow-up question. There's the next question for you. So, Doctor, NAFDAC is a regulatory agency. Please, in a very precise statement, can you tell us what are the most recent innovative approach has NAFDAC implemented to improve food risk communication across Nigeria? Most recent.
Well, most recent, you know, NAFDAC has upgraded laboratory very well now for detection. And then the alert system, which is very faster. You know, there is food harmonized way of alerting people. See, the recent thing about way they alert or communicate past information is using this alert system. This alert system, once there is a detection, and this information about the detection come from so many places. NAFDAC is not a ghost. There must be issues that come from somebody there, report the thing, or a community say there is an outbreak there, along with other actors, regulators, can be able to come up with surveillance plan. Once there is surveillance plans, NAFDAC will be able to pass. But when you take a can and beat the hell out of him, he should be the one to tell others. If you do, that is what will happen to you. So you have served that place. So enforcement sometimes matter, but this policy is not issue that require enforcement. It's the issue that require funding, commitment, and well-integrated cooperation among the players. That's why I say one improvement of One Health communication system in that regard matters a lot. This is the only way to bring current trend, emerging technologies into information sharing. But do we have the willingness, political willingness to do that? Do you have commitment to do that? So, we are not here to discuss on constraints, but we are here to discuss on solution. But these are the issues. NAFDA want to do it. It has its own. But the only way, enforcement, if you see enforcement, is only, NAFDA recognize enforcement when it comes to foodborne pathogen. Whenever there is alert all over the world, the only body that is alerted is NAFDA. That will look in Europe, we detected that so-certain chocolate that is coming here is this and that, or meat that is coming here is this and that. It will alert NAFDA. NAFDA will see it. But you know, it's a government authority. It's not that each and every one of us will have access to, key to. So please, we are coming to that, and we are going to that. By God willing, with the recent trend, and the way we have knowledgeable people coming up, and then emergence technologies that is coming up, quickly, everything will be solved. But for now, I think there is need of that improvement of One Health communication system. These are the actors coming together. Center for Disease, what do they do? NAFDA, what do they do? Prime Minister of Agri, what do they do? Veterinary, what do they do? Ministry of this new ministry for animal livestock, what do they do? These are things, agricultural, what do they do from local, state, at federal level? I come from NAFDAC. I know when we go out for surveillance, monitoring, inspection, we know what we are facing on ground. The state government will tell you this. The politicians will come and tell you this. An individual, you know we are self-centered. If you come with a beautiful thing that will salvage the entire state or country, because it touch where you don't want, you don't like that thing to continue. So please, this is the only answer. Improvement of One Health actors in terms of communication, training people, particularly use of strengthening the modern emerging technologies in terms of sharing information. You understand? Not informal, but formal one. Informal, we know. I can sit and tell you the Indomine marketed there has problem. You don't even know. Somebody concocted that thing and sent it. But there is a way now that try to extract and do diligent to find out before it can release. If it is, there is misinformation about that, they handle it in a different way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Hello, hope he answered your question. Okay, good. Prof has rejoined us. Prof, welcome back.
Thank you very much. I'm here.
All right, Prof. Prof, as someone from the citadel of knowledge, professor, here is the question, and we want answers from you, Prof, and this is very important. How can collaboration among universities, government, and industries enhance food safety management and public health outcome in Africa?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me first tell you my background so that I'll be able to know the angle from which I will be talking this afternoon. I'm a professor of food safety at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta in Nigeria, where I'm still working. But presently, I'm with the Association of African Universities, with the headquarters in Accra, Ghana. That's where I am presently working. And to let our audience know that the Association of African Universities, AAU, is the voice of higher education in Africa. So I'm going to be talking as a regulator in the higher education space within the continent, and also as a food safety expert. Now, thank you, the organizer, for this opportunity to share with you, especially when we are moving very close to the World Food Safety Day, about food safety and how the various agencies, including the universities, can improve the management of food safety within the continent of Africa. Well, this is a topic that I'm so passionate about, that I love talking about, that I also like impacting young people on. So I will go directly to your question. And I will start by saying that collaboration between universities, government, and industry is essential for building effective and at the same time a sustainable food safety systems. Each of these three stakeholders that have been mentioned brings unique strengths. And by saying the university is expected to generate knowledge and at the same time develop human capacity, while the government in the other way are expected to provide the regulatory oversight and policy direction, as our colleague from NAFDAC have been talking about. And the third partner in this are the industries, which are expected to implement the food safety practices across the food value chain. Now, how can this happen? The first way is to enhance research and innovation. And if this is done, we expect that there should be a joint research project between these three actors, the universities, the government, and the industry, which can focus on priority food safety issues. We've heard about mycotoxins, pathogen detection is there, food fraud is there, and especially the issue of climate-related food safety risks. So these three actors can come together to enhance research and innovation in these different areas. The industries can support pilot testing and commercialization of innovative technologies developed by universities. Presently, within the continent, the universities are working in silos, but we expect that the research and innovations that are coming from the citadel of learning should be supported by the industry, while the government can provide funding and create enabling environment for innovation. Presently, you see that the universities, the researchers within our universities look outside the continent to get funding. But the impact of enhancing research and innovation within the continent will definitely bring about faster development and adoption of technologies that improve food safety and food quality. Another way by which these three major actors can help to improve food safety management within the continent is by building human capacity. Dr. Dan Lade have talked on this, but let me now state out or point out how these three different actors can contribute to this. Number one, the universities are expected to train future food safety professionals, inspectors, analysts, and researchers. If the university can focus or can put all their strength and resources in doing this, of course, it's going to help to solve that problem of food safety management. The government agencies and industries can provide internships, attachments, and practical training opportunities. Nowadays, you see that it's very, very difficult for students that are studying things that have to do with food value chain, food science, food safety, anything that have to do with food value chain, to get placement for internship in the industries. So there's need for collaborative training programs among the industry and the universities. And if this is being created, I mean, there is a platform for these collaborative training programs, we are sure to get graduates that are being possessed with skills relevant to workforce needs. The question these days, or the argument these days, is that the graduates that are being churned out from some of the universities within the continent are not relevant, in quotes, to the need of the industry. But for this to become things of the past, there's need for collaboration between the industries and the universities. And if this is being looked into, the impact is that there's going to be a stronger and more competent food safety workforce within the continent. Let me also try to talk about improving the food safety surveillance and data sharing within the continent. The university has what it takes to support laboratory testing, epidemiological studies, and risk assessments. We have people that are experienced within the university that can help in all this area. But what we also need from the government is to coordinate the surveillance systems and public health monitoring. So the government needs to be up and doing in this, while the industries ask what it takes to contribute to production, traceability, and quality control data. And if this is done properly, if there is a good synergy between these three different agencies, we expect a better detection of food safety hazards, quicker outbreak response, and stronger risk assessment systems. Within the continent, there is a challenge. People have mentioned this about various food safety hazards, and emerging ones are also coming up. Whenever there are outbreaks, food safety outbreaks, the responses is very, very low. And the risk assessment system that has been discussed is also a big challenge. These three agencies or three actors can as well enhance food safety culture if they do what they needed to do properly. The university can champion researches that are behavioral drivers of food safety practices, and as well develop awareness programs within the different different actors within the food chain. And the government as well can help to promote public education campaign when the university has come up with all these templates, the programs that can help to enhance or to promote food safety culture among the citizens. The industries, in the other end, can embed food safety culture throughout their organization. So this is something that we need in the continent now, food safety culture. People need to know, and people need to do it. People need to know, because a lot of people are not aware of this thing that we're talking about. So, and the impact is going to be very high, because it's going to lead to sustainable improvement in food handling and food safety behavior. I don't know how long I have or the time that I have to react to this, but I still have some other things that I can say on it. But for now, let me just conclude by saying that effective collaboration between universities, government, and industries can create what I call a triple helix model of innovation and food safety governance. Universities provide knowledge and expertise. Government creates enabling policies and oversight, and industries are expected to translate research into practice. Together, all these three actors can strengthen surveillance, improve risk assessment, build what we call capacity, which is lacking, drive innovation that we're all looking for within the continent of Africa, create safer, more resilient food systems that can protect the public health, and as well support economic development across the continent of Africa. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Indeed, you are a key stakeholder at the Citadel of Knowledge. Professor said so many things that resonated with me. Because of safety culture, improvement. I spent 7 good years. Since I was born, I have never been a child. I have been schooling all my life. I spent 7 good years in the lab working on a particular strain, lactic acid bacteria, so that I was able to do optimization production of locust beans, what we call Iru Dadawa. I'm talking, you know Iru Dandawa. So the one Yoruba people call Iru, right? So after doing all of this work, I took it to Trade and Investment for Patent Certificate. It's still there because they don't know what you do. And then the US has already approved it. As I'm talking to you, I have 2 new strains. I've contributed 2 new strains to the NCBA. But Nigeria, nobody's, okay, if I go out to start sensitization right now, somebody from somewhere will just hijack it, and they will take it away from me after spending 7 years as a farmer's daughter working with my money. So why am I saying this? If you are in this room today as a young person, tomorrow somehow you find yourself in the position that matters. So what it means that no matter all the work we are putting in, if somebody out there that is supposed to implement it or maybe make it, a policy, is not implementing it, so it's not going to work. So Professor have said everything. It's a collaborative something. And no matter what the second part, 2 parties have done, and the third party, which is the most important one, refused to do, then we are back to square one, huh? So the next question now is, we are going to be directing it to someone from a food processing company, which of course is very important to this panel session, talking about foodborne pathogen. We are talking about the person of Mr. James Abiodun from PZ Wema. Shall we? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Most of the questions I wanted to ask you, somehow Professor and Doctor have dived into it. But thank God I was ready. I still have one left. So, sir, what can Africa food companies learn from successful global safety systems to strengthen our food safety?
Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for the moderation. Thank you, the organizer of this conference, for the opportunity you have given. I think just to summarize what Prof and doctors have been saying, I think we have to learn from global people. We have to move from being reactive to being proactive. We have to be preventive in our actions so that we don't need to wait until it happened to us. And how can we do this? We have to make sure that in our organization, which I come from, PZ Wima Limited, we implement food safety system in our organization. So we have our monthly environmental monitoring in place, and we are not just monitoring it. We do what we call trend analysis. And all this data, we are not just keeping it under the carpet. We subject it to management review because, you know, as we have been talking now, we are talking about government. I have limited influence when it comes to certain level. So the leadership will take it up from there. Maybe there is need for funding. It is the management that we provide the fund for the implementation. And after doing this trending, we subject ourselves to external people to come and see what we are doing. What do we mean? We subscribe to AIB audits. At least once in a year, they come to audit us to check what are we doing. Are we implementing ISO 22000 and FSSC 22000? Are we in compliance? Then on a quarterly basis, we have man-cap visit, mandatory conformity. As when we come, they will come and check this to make sure that we are complying with regulatory standard when it comes to food pathogen and food safety. And we have all our processes, all our critical points being monitored and verified at every point in time so that we not just say, okay, I have done it. The second level I check. Somebody else will verify what I have done. And we have all our raw materials, our starting material. We have them being tracked. We don't just receive raw material and take them into our store. We have traceability code for each one at every point in time so that in case there's any issue with our product, we'll be able to trace back or trace forward. Either way, whether it's coming, the complaint is coming from our consumer, or we want to start from our raw material to be able to investigate thoroughly. And then the other things that we do, we make sure that we and the other shareholders, like our tertiary institutions, like now we have IT students in our midst, we give them opportunity to come and learn so that at least if there is need for improvement in the nearest future, they also can give us ideas and say, okay, we have been doing this. I think this is the best way, best approach to do it. And all our analysis that we are doing in the lab, we don't just leave it once in a while, twice. We send our product outside to other external laboratory that are ISO 17025 compliance to check for us and give us results so that we know where we are at every point in time. I think these are the things that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. James Abiodun. I think from the answer you gave, I think PZ Wema, they are doing the right thing. But I need to visit your lab.
Okay, you are highly welcome.
Thank you. See, please permit us. There are some topics that are very sensitive. And this session is not just about talking, because I don't believe in conversation. We are about solution. So please permit us. We have just a few questions to go, and then we'll be done with this. Having in mind, we are about solution, okay? And the next question is going to Dr. Ismail Ayode Adetokun. Prof, I read about you. I was in a speed train when I read about you, and I was just shouting, wow, wow, wow. So, Prof, with your vast knowledge in plants, animals, environment, and human, I have just stated One Health. Prof, here is the question. How can the One Health approach strengthen foodborne pathogen detection, surveillance, and prevention?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the organizers for inviting me to as a panelist on this session. It is good seeing a conference like this discussing food safety. The truth of the matter is that we are not prioritizing food safety, and that is why it is still an issue with us today. If you look at the comments we've been hearing since morning, those that have spoken before us, those that are still speaking now, we are talking about it, seeing it as a problem. So, and the summary I can give is that it is not being taken as a priority, and that is why it will continue to be a problem. If at the government level, at the university level, at whatever level, if we are not taking it as a priority, then we'll still keep discussing, having this conversation, and there will not be any solution. Now, to the question that I was asked, One Health, it is very appropriate at this time that we start talking about One Health, because the idea is this: if there is a problem, just one person cannot solve that problem. Look at just any problem. Only one person cannot solve a problem. Let me bring an example. Even in the hospital, a medical doctor can only diagnose and probably treat. There will be a nurse that will do some procedures. Even a cleaner in the hospital is very important. If the cleaner is not performing her duty, it can cause problem. So if there is a problem, everybody that is relevant should be invited to come and solve that problem. And that is what the One Health concept is all about. It's about human health, it's about animal health, and it's about environmental health. Every one of us, we share the same space. We are in the same environment, whether animals, whether humans. So if we are not giving priority to, these three arms of health, then there is a problem. So the truth of the matter is that there is an interconnectedness among animal health, human health, and the environment. So there should be coordination. There should be, things that we do together, whether you are a vet, you are a public health veterinarian, you are a public health expert, you are an agricultural expert, even the end users of whatever products we are developing, everybody should come together and solve that problem. Let me take you back to your research. You said your research is not being probably recognized and all that. The truth of the matter is that research that we do in the universities today, why are we doing them? Are we doing them to make impact or not? So if you have the intention that you want to do a research to make impact, then from the word go, while you are planning that research, you ensure that everybody, every stakeholder is involved. What am I saying? Now, there's a research I'm doing currently. It's on antimicrobial resistance. We are talking about foodborne pathogens. We are talking about pathogens being, evading, the treatment that we administer. So we are developing bacteriocin-rich extract from lactic acid bacteria as an alternative to antimicrobials in ruminant and aquaculture. So while we are thinking about this research, I am a veterinary epidemiologist. I have to bring everybody that is relevant to the project: a ruminant expert, a genealogist, an aquaculturist, even farmers that will use the product. I got them involved. Regulators, I talked with those in NAFDAC, those at the Federal Ministry of for Environment. I involved them because these are regulators. So once your product is ready, they will be in the know. I want to do some field trials, for instance. NAFDAC will visit, they will see what I'm doing. So it's about everybody working together to solve a problem, and that is what One Health concept is all about. So solving the problem jointly together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. But I'd like to say something. My work is recognized, and it has been documented in the World Gene Bank. What I am saying is that I need a patent certificate before we can do any other thing further. There are organizations waiting to work with me, but I need that certificate. So that is what I say. And thank you for such an elaborate and precise response to my question. And moving on, the next person is Mr. Jacob Ayala from Ethical Lab. And sir, I'd like to ask you, what are the main challenges you have sharing laboratory data across borders?
Okay, thank you for having me, and I want to appreciate the VSL committee for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Some of the basic challenges that we have in the laboratory, one of it is having a real-time data sharing platform. Because in the laboratory, before any test is carried out, there are reference samples, and also having innovative technologies. Right about now, in detecting pathogens, we are using whole genome sequencing, and it's a laboratory test that detects the DNA of a sample in a single test. What it does basically is it identifies what the chromosome and mitochondrial DNAs of a particular sample. In Nigeria currently, it's very, very difficult to see any lab that is currently doing this very test. So those are some of the challenges. We are backward in so many of the innovative technologies that will enhance the identification, the isolation, and the sequencing of most of those strains of those pathogens. So in order to achieve all of this, it's very important for us to begin to look towards upgrading the laboratories. Not just upgrading, looking at also the proficiency of the analysts. Because if you go to most laboratory, ask them when last they had an interlaboratory proficiency test. Most laboratory will tell you we only did that when we're trying to acquire an accreditation, which is what ISO 17025. And after then, all of those things are shut down. But the key growth in laboratory lies on the proficiency of what? The analysts, the capability of the equipment, and also a favorable environment to carry out all those tests. Because for every samples, it has different behavioral patterns. You cannot say you want to get a sample and then subject it to get a pathogen and then keep it on this slab table and leave it. It has to be stored under a very favorable condition where it can withstand all of those challenges. Also looking at the aspect of having good storage mediums to maintain all of those samples is also another big challenge that we also need to look forward to. Another one is technological compatibility. For example, if you look at our foreign bodies laboratory, they have unique ways of reporting. I don't know if people are using foreign labs here, something like Gallup, Kemptom, and if they send you their reporting system, sometimes you even find it very, very difficult to analyze the data. Why? We don't have the softwares to be able to analyze those data, to make informed decisions that will bring about growth and will bring about solving most of the challenges that we have in-house. So it's also very, very important that even as we're looking at infrastructural development, we should also look at developing ourselves towards what? Real-time data sharing platforms, where we also have a competitive advantage networking with our international laboratory systems. And the last one is also looking at an integrated system whereby people within the health sector, people within the environmental, people within the food, and also people within the clinical laboratory can also have a level playing platforms where they share detailed information as to what is an outbreak in a particular location, how they can use some of those data as well to make informed decisions so that we bring about what, how we can curb most of those challenges that we have. So basically, laboratory in Nigeria is still at the stage of infancy, because let's take for example, proximate analysis. We are still using KEJA method in Nigeria to analyze proximate, where people are using NRS method overseas, where they do most of those analyses within an hour. And KEJA will take you a minimum of 4 to 5 hours to just analyze a sample. And those equipment have capability of doing 6 to 7 samples at a go. So we are at the stage of infancy. So we should look at where we'll do what? Have an integrated network, liaise with most of the international laboratories, look at their reference standard, adopt their protocols, which cut across what? The SOPs, look at the equipment capabilities, and look at also other routine maintenance so that we can adopt those methods in-house, and also look at investment. Let's cut across investment as well. How can we get the funding opportunities to do all of those things? So those are some of the key challenges that we are facing in laboratory section to identify some of those pathogens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jacob. I think you have given a very precise, accurate response to my question. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, we have been here conversing for, I think, almost an hour now, and it is important for us to know that the future of Africa foodborne safety is not dependent on your questions or the response that we're giving here today. It is dependent on what we choose to do after we leave here. The system we choose to what? Strengthen. The policies we choose to implement. The science we choose to invest in. The partnership we choose to do. Collaboration. And at this point, and I hope and I pray that Africa will move from conversation to action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was such a comprehensive and exhaustive session. Please, a round of applause for our panel speakers and our moderator. Please, let's do it one more time. Thank you. All right, so right now, let's take pictures. We'll be presenting awards to our panel speakers and moderators. Okay, we can take pictures now. Okay, another round of applause for our speakers, our panel speakers. All right, so our dearly esteemed speakers, we have awards to present to you, but would like to plead with you that we do that right after the lunch. We'd like to go for lunch right away. Is that fine, Saz and Ma? Okay, thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together for our speakers and panel speakers again. As panel speakers and moderators again. So right now, we'll be heading up for our lunch. All right? So we're going to be going right now, table by, so we'll start with the speakers and the panel speakers. The speakers and the panel speakers. Please a moment. Thank you. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we go up for our lunch, we'll be giving a meal ticket. So please, the meal ticket is coming, all right? So just a few moments. Thank you. A few minutes, rather. Thank you. right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you have your meal ticket, you can please rise on your feet and escort the protocol are outside to guide you to where the lunch is. And we'll be back in 20 minutes, please. 15 to 20 minutes. So please.
cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down the beatings, the beatings.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Life Lab session is about distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's go to our respective house. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
Welcome back, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a nice time and you are well fed and energized. All right, so before we move on, we'd like to present awards to our panel speakers and moderator. Can you kindly step out to the stage, please? Our panel speakers and moderators, kindly step out to the stage. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for them as they come forward. Please, thank you. We'd like to present your award of impact for the excellent work that you do in your individual fields. Thank you so much. We celebrate you. Please, to the stage. Thank you. All right, I would also like to invite our event director, Mrs. Patricia Osazua, as she presents the awards to our speakers. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again. Thank you, everyone, for making this section very impactful. VCL team. From all of us at VCL, we're saying a big thank you for coming and making Scientifrika 2026 a very big success. Dr. Salamat Musa Salisu, thank you. I actually appreciate your passion. Thank you so much. Okay. Dr. Ismail Ayode Adetokun, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Mr. James Abiodo Oladele, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate your efforts. Mr. Ayila Jacob, thank you so much. Ayila Jacob, oh, okay. That's one of us. Thank you so much, Ayila. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Dr. Danla Diaba, thank you so much for being so passionate. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All right, to take us further in the program, I'll be inviting our next speaker. Okay, I'll be inviting our next speaker, but before that, let me lead with this. A food safety system is only as strong as the laboratories behind it. If those laboratories are under-equipped, underfunded, and not built to international standards, every resource they produce is in question. Nigeria and Africa cannot afford that. The conversation about food safety must include a very direct conversation about laboratory infrastructure. It's on this premise I'll be introducing our next speaker. Now, our next speaker is one of the most respected names in Nigeria's laboratory science space. She is the first female president of the Scientific Products Association of Nigeria, SPAN, and the founder and chief executive officer of the Kachi Group. She was recognized by Arise News as one of 65 outstanding women creating meaningful change in Nigeria. In 2001, she played a direct role in equipping NAFDAC's laboratories across Nigeria, work that was publicly credited by former NAFDAC Director General, Professor Dora Akunyili, as a key factor in Nigeria's fight against fake drugs. She has spent over 2 decades building the infrastructure that makes credible science possible in this industry. And she will be presenting on the topic, Importance of Quality Science Infrastructure, roles and current activities within the regional scientific lab industries. Please, with a deserving ovation, let's make welcome the beautiful Dr. Kate Ikechi Issa as she comes off stage. Thank you. Thank you so much.
What's your name? Precious. Very precious, Precious. Thank you, Precious. Thank you very, very much, Precious. You guys want to hear what I have to say? Wahala deal. You want me to speak to empty chairs, Abi? And stomach that is full of pounded yam with ogbono soup and okra soup. See now, I'll go sit down, study. Then I'll come and speak to an empty room. Anyway, it's a great privilege to be invited to come and be part of this amazing, amazing conference. I'm very impressed. And I went and looked at the exhibition and the format. You know, when your people came to SPAN, and they said they were using Oriental. I said, that pokey little long haul in Oriental, what can you do there? But what you did, the exhibition is there, the meetings are here, and people who are doing exhibition can also watch, because I saw a really lovely put out place with a big screen. I said, oh, some more conferences are happening there. They say, no, you've been what you're doing here, there. You've done an amazing work. And we need to do a whole lot of this, because this ecosystem needs to take its rightful place as the bedrock, the foundation, the womb from where national development can happen. Everything else we're doing is just a waste of time when we don't bring science up stage and front and in the center, in the core of what we're doing. I have a confession to make. But before I get to that, there should be protocol. I want to greet my sister. I want to acknowledge you and your wonderful husband for this initiative. God bless you. And the beautiful thing about our industry is that we don't compete. We collaborate. We cooperate. I see EdCon. When we do our weekly meeting, I see orders that came from EdCon Analytical. And I also see, on other days, I see invoices to make payments to EdCon. And when that happens, it's a very healthy thing. We're one big family. We work to collaborate, to cooperate. Nobody can have everything. You don't want to have everything, trust me. So it's a great privilege to be here. I want to acknowledge some people in this audience. Apostle Obi Pax Harry, a great apostle, a voice in the universe, a champion for positive good for humanity. She heads up, she is the apostle by the Apostolic Coalition. She was, is not appointed, voted unanimously to be the voice for Africa in the whole world. And that happened in Chicago last year. It was amazing when they were doing the dedication. It was profound. Her voice is on spot. Everything she's ever told me, she's prophetic, has happened. I remember once, and she told me, she called out the name Dr. Annie. Who is Antonia Annie, Minister of Finance? There's something you're looking for, and it will sign. And I was excited because we had a project with NIPRED, and we were waiting for the ministerial approval. And then a few days later, Abacha disbanded his cabinet, and it was removed, and all of them were removed. I'm saying that to say it's not been decades, it's been decades, if there's such a thing. It's been 37 years building Kachi. So it's not just over a decade. And they swept them away, and I was thinking, how will Andy sign? He's no longer a minister. Before a new minister comes, starts to study, learn what is going on, who knows what they will do. And then a few days later, Abacha brought back only 2 people, Annie and Aneni. And before my husband will finish washing his agbada, my husband supports me also in my business, in where he can find the time. Before he finished washing, starting agbada to go to Abuja, to go from table to table, it had been approved. So that's what I'm talking about, and we need more people like this. These people that hear straight from the throne of grace, and they speak the mind of God, the Creator, not adulterated, not mixed with anything else, straight from the throne. Apostle Obiageli, I have nothing but the highest regard and respect, and that you will leave everything you're doing to come here. She says she's an eternal student. We're talking science. She's very enamored with science. She wants to hear new things. She wished she had come earlier so she could listen to all the other seminars. We'll send you the video. She is a learner, a child of a teacher or teachers. Thank you for spending this afternoon with us here. And I have another collaborator, what shall I say? Another person that I have the highest regard for, that's in this room, that we are turning academia on its head. And we're telling them, we pull them out of different universities, we bring them to Kachi Lab to train them on modern laboratory equipment, and we challenge them that you're not going back, madam, coming to what you just said, what you talked about, you know, your research, your innovation, the thing that you discovered. You're not coming here, they get all excited. Oh, so sequencer is here, PCR, is this what it looks like? They're touching them, they're using them, yes. We tell them, no, you won't go back and do what you were doing before. You're going to find what Nigeria needs. You're going to do research to find solutions, to solve the problems that are real. Prof was talking about collaboration. I haven't started. I'm still just greeting people. Prof was talking about collaboration, about commercialization, about industry, adopting the research from the universities. I mean, Prof Adelabu, to commercialize them. Okay, academia needs to get real and get serious and produce commercializable research output that industry will be interested in, that people will need, that will solve problems. I remember many years ago, I've been around for a few, Professor Iswan was the Minister of Science and Tech. I approached him. I said, I spoke with some managing directors of banks, and they were ready to commercialize research findings from the institutes. I went to Professor Iswan. I said, what are your people doing in the various Ministry of Science and Tech research labs that we can commercialize? He gave me a letter to go to all the agencies, Shada, Shesco, FIRO, the various ones. And I went. One of those labs, I went and I saw one of those institutes. Their lab was advanced chemistry. The lab, these things were clean. There was nobody in the lab. We normally supply things in there. They say, oh, they have a list. I say, list? Well, you're not doing anything. List for what? I want to come and carry what you have and give to NAFDAC. They're doing something. I met one of the heads of one of those chemistry lab at the time. I said, sir, see the letter I brought. What do you have that is market ready? He said, hey, this thing we do here, we're just doing research. We're writing paper. I said, sir, you're wasting everybody's time. If it's not useful to the people, usable, then you're just wasting everybody's time and money. I went to the organ of that agency. I said, sir, the day you use the infrastructure that's been invested here to find solutions for things that industry needs, people need, Nigeria needs, you will not look for money. Money will look for you. He said to me, science is supposed to be financed by government. Where? Does American government finance science? So many companies have chairs, have fun, you know. They are throwing money at research. You find the thing, they take it and they commercialize it and make a lot of money from it. So the day we start to do that kind of research, we'll begin to, we are starting. So, you know where I'm going, right? Professor Tatfen, God bless you. We sowed a seed in the mind of an agency, I won't call their name. And we told them, gather us PhD students, researchers from the universities, bring them. Those people used to send abroad for training, bring them to us, let's train them. We did the first cohorts. We told them we wanted to choose who will come. So get their CVs sent to us so that the VC doesn't send his girlfriend and his children. We wanted to make sure we got good quality people who are doing work that this knowledge will help them to continue. And we saw VCs. VCs nominated themselves. You know, HODs came. People that sit in Abuja, they don't do any desk work anymore, any bench work. We were distressed. Prof and I were distressed. But in the final analysis, we realized you needed to expose the decision makers to what is possible so that they can let the people doing the work go. Prof insisted that he formed a cohort. Prof heads up that initiative as the chief resource person. He insisted, so that's what we're doing, real term. He insisted that they form a cohort, they come up with a project, they begin to find solutions. And the very first cohort came up with an idea to characterize and document some strains of microorganisms. We, as Kachi, import them. They are becoming difficult to find. ATTC will send you to LGC. LGC will send you to South Africa. You pay them 3 months later, they haven't acknowledged that they received the payment. Finally, they tell you they can't ship it. You tell them to return your money, it's taking time. Some of them are picked from here, raw. They take it and sequence and characterize and they sell it back to us at 100 times the price. So Prof started with our first cohort, with a local need, with a now need, to begin to do that. And we're able to find funding behind them. We're waiting, once that project begins to take off, money has been already committed to commercialize it. So Prof from AAU needs to know, one thing they need to know, once they can find bankable projects, commercializable products or innovations that address real needs that people will want to pay money for, we can find money to support them to commercialize it. Let me read you, because that's what this is. I want to read you what they prepared for me. Because on Sunday I was in the hospital on admission. No, Monday. All day Monday I was wasted. And by the time I got to the hospital, in fact, when I called the doctor, he said, I'm sending ambulance. I said, my family will panic if you send me ambulance, I can come. So I went there. They pulled out a wheelchair. I said, who wants to sit here? No, I can't enter. Emergency room, 4 hours. That was Tuesday. Was it yesterday? No, 2 days ago. That was Monday, 2 days ago. And Tuesday morning, I was feeling better. I said, yeah, I'm going home. They say no. I said, I'm going home. I have something to do on Wednesday. So I came home. I haven't really delved into, I'm just saying that to say, please, whatever I say today, take it with a pinch of salt, because I just came out of a bad place in the hospital. But I couldn't miss this, because science is my life. It's very important. It should be everybody's life, whether you're a historian or a biologist or whatever. I see other people I know here, IPAN, NSITL, ISL. I greet all of you. I think Scientifrika is upstairs, Morewa. And all other protocols duly observed. And I have started climbing the tree from the branches and the leaves, because I would normally start with giving all the respect to the one who gives us breath, the one I call my Father in heaven, who makes all things possible. I acknowledge him today, as I always do, and it is because of him we can live, move, and have our being, so he takes his place, and every other protocol is observed. I want to thank my people, Ada and her people, who prepared this. Do we have it up? Okay. So I'm going to be looking at this a lot. You'll be looking at that one. The strategic role of, okay, so it's 20 minutes. My 20 minutes is just starting now. That one was just, actually, you don't want our 20 minutes to start now. You think it started before? On your feet, please, everybody. You just swallowed poundo upstairs. On your feet, please. if you don't start fast enough, the cartwheels we go they do, pick pin. Show me you are awake. I like that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, how about we do that? Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Kate Ikechi Isa. I am the chief servant at the Kachi Group, and I am the outgoing president of SPAN, Scientific Products Association. I can't wait for the next people to come. Maybe you come and take over SPAN. You should do that soon. But I am on my way out as the president, the first female president, and we made things happen. We pulled our Scientific Products Association from obsolescence, from a cake, put them on the internet, brought them with social media and all, and had the mother of all conferences last year, where we did a lot of advocacy, brought government people to begin to have engagement with them so that we can influence science policies. Developmental policies in Nigeria, that is very important. And we're very pleased with the progress we made. And I thank you for inviting me as SPAN president. What do I think about the strategic role of quality science infrastructure in industrial growth, innovation, and national development? I'll tell you. By the way, do you see this place? Okay. It moved. Go back. Sorry. Somebody is moving it. Can you go back? To the front, the first one. I don't think they're moving forward. Go back. Who's controlling it? It's controlling itself. I wanted to say that everything I'm saying here about strategic role of quality science infrastructure, is based on what I have experienced from Kachi. April 22, 1989, we started. That's over 37 years ago, as Kachi Company Limited, equipping labs. But today, we now operate labs. We have our own lab, and we are showing what is possible. SPAN members, have quite a few of our people up there, and EdCon is also one of our members. SPAN members show that the things we are preaching about, they're doable, they're possible, they can be done. That is Kachi Lab. Everything in this lab is a section of Kachi, one of our labs, analytical lab. Everything in that lab was designed by Nigerians, specified by Nigerians, installed by Nigerians, from the tile, the bench, everything built by Nigerians, equipped by Nigerians, training is done by Nigerians, operated by Nigerians. We are internationally accredited to ISO 17025 by ANAB, one of the top 2 accrediting bodies in the world. 17025 and 15189. Quality is very important in science and in life, and that is an example of what can be done. I know NAFDAC man was here before. Oga NAFDAC, I salute. Okay, good afternoon, sir. It's talking about a private-public partnership. I remember the World Health Organization wanted to do training on trans fat monitoring, and they wanted to do capacity building. They invited the regulatory, agencies, the government agencies, but they also included some private sector labs. I need to say that Kachi is IPAN certified. Where Kachi Lab is IPAN certified, yes. They come and check us out and they tell us what to do to be right. So NAFDAC and World Health Organization and Resolve to Save Life came to Kachi Lab and asked us to let them use our lab to do the training, because they found that everything they needed was in our lab, in the right quality, working the way it should. And we let them use the lab for free for 2 weeks. That's public-private partnership at work. So, yeah, I just wanted to say, yes, everything you will hear from me today is doable because it's been done here in Nigeria and is working. We can go to the next, please. I wanted to honor the vision behind Scientifrika 2026. The mission. We share your mission. We share your vision. We share your values. And that's why I checked myself out of the hospital to come here. And although you told me I'll go on 2, it's almost 5. I'm still here. I didn't. Because I believe in what you're saying. I believe in what you're preaching. I think more of it should be done. I think the people who ought to listen should listen. Because that's the only way we can get ahead. I want to say something now before I move on. I want to say that if we do nothing about lab, about science, about research, every black person, maybe black Americans that are entering some tests, every non-black American black person is an endangered species. Because science has gotten to personalized molecular level. Research, medicine is there. And generic products can no longer work for everyone because the research has gotten to the place where they are made for specific people group. I was at GITEX, Marrakesh in April, and the topic was AI, artificial intelligence. And the question is, what data, supercomputers are searching databases and pulling information, what data are they looking at? Did you put any data there? Do they have your information there? What will concern you with what they come up with? I have family members who have died from cancer, taking cancer medicine. And I started to ask, why is it that once they started to inject this woman, my cousin, the day before we commissioned Kachi Lab, I was told she had liver cancer. Her husband wanted to send her to India. I said, no. My husband said, no. My daughter said, no. Uchechi cannot go to India. We found the best cancer hospital center in America, in Houston, Dr. Salim. Dr. Salim was treating President Abacha when he had his liver cirrhosis. We found him. Everybody sweated all the money they could find to send Uchechi to America. She had no insurance, so it was cash. And we had enough money for accommodation and every administration, so they put her in accommodation with her support staff. We didn't get enough money for the treatment yet, so they were waiting. They didn't touch her until the money for treatment gauge. Anything you could sell, you sold. Uchechi is an amazing member. I tell people I have 1,000,001 cousins, but I have one. She was my one cousin. The day they began to inject her with the 3 cocktail that was supposed to save her life, Dr. Salim said if it was 5 years before, they have no solution. But they now have a cocktail, a 3-product treatment. It's a no-brainer. She will be fine. He was part of the team that developed that medicine. Immediately, they started to inject her. All her organs began to collapse. He couldn't explain it. Uchechi came back in a body bag. She left us $1.5 million in debt. She was in ICU for 3 weeks in Houston. A few weeks later, I go to IOT conference, and I see this professor was bragging about, he did, what do you call sabbatical, in USC, University of Southern California, USC, one of the best, cancer research institutions. And he was bragging about this new PSA marker, it's gold standard. It was just developed. It was part of the team that developed it. And was showing the statistics. A slide, he showed several slides, and I saw one. He showed the demographics of the people whose samples were used in the research, the sample pool. And I saw Asia, maybe 20%, Caucasian, 70, Africa, 7. I asked question when he was done. I said, will this drug, this PSA marker, will it work for this group that the representation is only 7%. He said it will not work as well. So I thought so. No, it won't work for them because now it's on genetic or molecular. So you're either in or you're out. And even that 7% is black Americans, they're not African. Africans don't have access. They can't find us when they're doing those kinds of research. That's the PSA marker. And it started me thinking. I started asking oncologists, people who run oncology centers, are the drugs working for our people? Are you getting good experience? Both the ones in Nigeria and the ones abroad, they say no, not really. So people are selling their properties, draining themselves to find money to access treatment that was not made for them, that will not work for them. So they drain themselves and then they die. Then, so I lost a few, that was Uchechi. Then I lost my sister-in-law, who's like my wife, my brother's wife, to cancer. Lived in America, accessed the best medical care. But the medicine wasn't killing cancer, it was killing her real cells. If you're scientists here, you know that the RNA, DNA, all of that, all the mutation. So you're sending a signal, you're charging the drug with the information to go lock down this mutation in this location. That's where you think the disease is. But if your DNA is not like the one that it was based on, it may go and lock the good cell and leave the bad one. And so that's what happened after a while. Cancer overran her. When they were done draining her of money, they sent her home to die. She died. I have another family. I don't want to depress you, but I want to shock you. I went to Bayelsa, Nigeria Delta University, and I shocked them. I told the researchers, research for solution for what we need. We have no option at all. And no white person is coming to find solution for you. They are doing their thing and they're moving on. If we all die, they come and take the raw materials. And in any case, that's all we're doing anyway, is supplying them raw materials. So I have a family member who did his PSA regularly. And once the PSA is my time off. I like that. How many seconds? 5 minutes. This is a good one. His PSA was normal. The PSA said normal. So I'll cut the story short. You would have liked to listen to the full story. But I'll cut it short. Long story short, or short story long, is that the day he was wheeled into the theater to remove his whole prostate, the PSA was normal going down. But cancer had spread all over his prostate. And it was with prayer, we held it from reaching to other parts of his body so they could remove it. What happened? The PSA marker was not made for his type of person. Wasn't made for black people. Yes. So what we need to do as science, people who equip science. So, sorry, your research won't work. Yeah, it was AI generated anyway. So let's talk. Is wherever we find ourselves, we do the right thing. And as scientists, we insist that everybody needs to contribute. Everybody needs to bring their voice. Everybody needs to bring their best game forward. Wherever you find yourself, don't say that our government is corrupt, I won't go there. If you're not there, you're not there, you're not hearing what's going on. It's only if you're in their midst that you're able to influence them. You don't insult them, you don't look down on them. You graciously, respectfully encourage them to see the other side of the coin. Yeah? So we have a lot of work to do. We are going to run through this. They did a lot of work on it. Okay, so those are the values. Next slide. We'll leave you to go and read it later. Can we have next slide, please? Okay, so this is me. I already talked too much. Next slide. Okay, science infrastructure is no longer optional. It is strategic. That's what I've been trying to say here. It is strategic, to national growth. Scientific capacity, economic influence, and investment magnets. When your science is working well and you're researching and producing pipeline products that the world can use, money will pursue you to commercialize you. I promise you that. Next. So the global economy is increasingly science-driven and technology-powered. Readiness is a national imperative. And it's not just Nigeria, it's the whole of Africa. Africa needs to wake up. So science infrastructure is, yes, let's go to the next one. Reframing science infrastructure from support to national economic asset. Right now, this is where we are. We're isolated labs doing whatever we like. Some of us are doing substandard things. We think we're making money. We're killing ourselves. We are like operational cost centers. We're not serious. We are reactive and fragmented. We are localized and inconsistent. And we are niche scientific. The researchers are just all over the place. We're not collaborating, we're not cooperating, and we're not intentional in the research subjects that we choose to go. Where we need to go is we need a networked ecosystem where we're all collaborating. The scientist, the researcher, the professor, the policy maker, the industry. So we know we're doing is a holistic thing that we're doing, and we're intentional. We have a direction, we have where we're going. I'm just not saying this just here. We went from minister to DG to advocacy as SPAN to tell them, hey, science needs to be done differently. And they listened. SPAN now has partnership with quite a few of them, So we need drivers of industrial and commercial growth. We need to embrace AI. But we need to first generate data and put in the AI so that the AI will see us and what is important and relevant to us. So that when the searches go in, it will pull information we can use. Otherwise, we're using Oyibo information. It's not going to work for us. It never does. Globally accredited, we need globally accredited ISO traceability. Our laboratories need to be accredited to national standards. So your customers that you equip, encourage them to step up to global accreditation. The world is a little village. We can no longer operate in isolation. NAFDAC is doing a great job regulating the environment, but we need, everybody needs to step up to adopt international standard. Let's go to the next. We say the anatomy of the quality of science ecosystem. There are 3 layers. You have the top layer, government, governance, human capital. You have the middle layer, and you have the base layer. Middle layer, quality standards, and that's where we come in here. And then we have the base layer, physical and digital, the equipment themselves and the technology driving them. But that top layer is the one I want to talk about, and then we move to the next, is human capital. We're teaching our children with analog science curriculum. It's another pain point for me. In 2026, our curriculum, secondary school curriculum, I think the universities are trying to step up. But the people that come into you come with analog. They know nothing about STEM pedagogy as a curriculum. That needs to change. We've been trying to pull in the government. I think they're listening. It will change. But everybody that has access should advocate to it. Because if we're going to have Nigerian researchers, and by the way, Africa is Nigeria. Every 4th African is a Nigerian. And only Nigerians are very industrious, very resourceful, very bold, very, only a Nigerian can do what we're doing here. Only a Nigerian can organize this kind of a thing. Other people are waiting, other countries wait for Igbo people to come and do for them. So if we're going to get researchers who are researching to find solutions for Black Africans, they have to be taught in the language of science of today, and that's digital. That is STEM. So human capital, very important. The statistics is that in the year 2030, 50% of the world workforce will be Africans. And the question is, what are we preparing them with? Because the world economy is digital. What are we teaching them? How are we preparing them? Are you not scared of that world with these people that we're graduating with analog science? Let's go to the next, please. So if we do it right, we have multiply effect in all the areas. Next, please. They bring me, they keep me for 1 year, then they give me 2 minutes to talk. Isn't that interesting? What I'll do to you, precious. Ecosystem bottleneck. We have high potential. Africa has always been a continent of potential. Nigeria has the highest potential. It's always been about potential. We have raw materials. We have vibrant youth, intelligent youth. In America, the most educated, best, highest netting people that are not Americans are Nigerians. You saw that statistics, didn't you? How come we're not doing it here in Nigeria? Environmental factors. So what are the problems? The bottleneck, aging infrastructure, weak maintenance culture. We need to encourage our customers to adopt maintenance so that their investment can serve them longer. Brain drain. And they say low research and development, no R&D. The pharmaceutical company they will carry whatever formulation and bottle and fix here. They're not looking at drugs for us, our own use. We are managing products that were made for other people, you know. So we have an output that is weak. We need to work on those things. The biggest asset we have is our young population. We need to mobilize them. We need to activate them. I'm going after everybody I see that has a kindred spirit that will go and storm Abuja and get them to change the curriculum. We've been doing this since the year 2000, April 2000, 26 years. We need to, the door is cracking. And we're not asking them to give us contract, no. We're asking that they say yes, we will find the money abroad to come and upgrade the curriculum. You know, we need to do that. That's very, very emergency, immediate, so that we can begin to produce students who think analytically, scientifically, with modern, you know, science, that can actually do the analysis and research and produce, you know, discover the solutions that we need for ourselves, because nobody, I promise you, nobody else is doing it. Only you can do it for yourself. Other people are doing their own and they've moved on, is the truth. Let's go to the next one. The challenge is not lack of talent, it's, you know, environmental. We need to talk to those policymakers that we have access to. We need to talk to our customers. We need to talk to ourselves. This is existential now. Our laboratories are the engine of industrialization. We know that. Without quality, we're not going anywhere. So you start with laboratory analysis, you go to product quality optimization, you go to industrial standard attainment, manufacturing scale, and you can export. Without quality, you can't export. Go to the next, please. There was a story that no country has successfully industrialized without science, without paying attention to science. And the most industrial country, like America, science is very upfront and very critical for them. Yeah, so human capital is the operational system of science. Yeah, when you're thinking for the workforce, STEM education is very important. It's, like I told you, I'm passionate about it. Youth innovation catalyst, PZ was talking about bringing interns. We have a lot of youth corpers and interns in our place. And then we're also bringing people who we train and they japa. And people are saying, what are you going to do? I say, we'll bring someone else and train. Then they japa. We're just exporting. But you won't stop. You just keep bringing them in and training. You just give them the best. That Nigerians, may they give us good reputation, good image abroad. But we have to keep doing what we're doing. Mentorship is important. I'm passionate about women. I believe that a woman is not just a womb. You can have your womb, have your children, and birth other things other than babies. You know, I'm married with children. One of my kids, my daughter is married. Can't wait for grandchildren, and I have another one. But we're birthing things. And women are nurturing. We need to encourage the women. You know, if the world was led by women, we'd be better off. Do you agree? You don't think so? Because women run things like they run their homes with passion. A few women have not given us good reputation. Let me just say that. A few female ministers haven't, but majority of the time. So we need to encourage women, especially in STEM. Mentorship is important. We take it very seriously. Both at SPAN and at Kachi. Let's go to the next slide. I'm almost done. 1 minute to go. I'll be counting the hour for you. 1 minute. So policy and collaborative transformation, policy is important. You can't neglect the policymakers. But no, the government cannot pay for everything. There isn't enough money in the budget to pay for everything. We have to find creative ways to finance things. We can bring in the banks that are interested if the projects are bankable. We can bring international funders in if it makes sense and we're responsible in the way we manage it. But we need the policies. And so collaboration, you cannot overemphasize it. Somebody's trying to play with me. Targeted investment is important. We need to tell them to give us tax break. Like this thing you've done now, they should give you a tax release. My auditor dragged me to Alausa tax office. They had assessed me tax. Federal is the 5 federal governments. It's Orego, federal government. And I said I had no money. I'm borrowing money to pay salary. How can I? I don't have money, and we are not owing you tax. You will carry the tax before you pay us. Most of our customers deduct tax. And then they saw my daughter's wedding. They saw me dancing. They called my auditor. They said, is this a woman you say cannot afford the tax? We are waiting for you next year. I told my auditor, she said, Madam, he said, Madam, please now help me. I said, go and tell them. That one they saw was in Lokoja. It was a small one. The big one is coming. They should get ready with their cameras. So we had the big one. And then the next year, this year, we went, they dragged me to their office. I told the man, I said, come and shut down the office. Come and shut down the labs. We're looking for a solution to save you. You're a man. We're looking for what's driving prostate cancer in Black African men. To target it and give the data to Pfizer, to Roche, to produce medicine that work for you, to EMZO, to Fitzen, to begin to develop medicine for you. And you assess us tax we don't owe. This year, they say they assess us half of our revenue. I say tax is half of the revenue. There's no cost of goods sold. There's no personnel cost. There's no, this diesel and generator, I think, is a big scam this year, band A and band CZ. I say, come shut it down. Come and shut it down. Abdul Razak will be happy because he doesn't like me going to work. So I'll just cool for in house. They cook. In Ikofufurigo, they eat. So we need tax breaks for the things we do. We need to begin to project for it. The government agencies we went to, they agreed to give us concessions. Because sometimes we don't get because we don't ask. Ask the SPAM people. We had a lot of concessions we got for SPAM members. So if you're here and you're in the scientific product space and you're not a member of SPAN, run and register. The membership is very small because there are concessions. TET Fund agreed that they will look at our people in the companies that they partner with, give contract. SON. What's that company? The PVAC. We got a lot of concessions, a lot of collaborations as SPAN. So all SPAN members, we gave them the names of all the SPAN members. If you know anybody that is not a SPAN member, tell them to go and join. I heard they've signed a lot. Thank you for giving us a free booth upstairs. God bless you. Half a minute. So, next. Okay, so we'll run through it. What must happen next? 7 priorities. Increase national investment. But that national investment to strengthen labs like NAFDAC, like SON, regulatory, so that our regulatory environment is strong. It's not to finance private sector or finance education, very critical. So they should do the things government does well. The private sector should do the things the private sector does well. So increased investment is needed. Strengthen quality system. You can't win without quality. You can't. Yeah, accreditation support is needed. Standardization frameworks and regulatory alignment with international. We can't do it local. It's a big village. Africa. What is that thing? African. ACTA is upon us. And if we don't export into other African countries, we lose a lot. And we can't export quality that's not international, global. So it's important that we prepare ourselves and we do it right. Strengthen public-private partnership, that's what we've been advocating. We need to modernize the laboratory system. We need to build scientific talent pipelines, especially with STEM curriculum, with STEM pedagogy, and we need to promote regional cooperation. We need to drag Africa with us. That's our big market, and it's a really interesting market. We need to encourage local scientific manufacturing, indigenized science. Let's go to the next one. The future will belong to the nations that invest in science, innovation, and quality infrastructure, because intentional investment in science infrastructure at national level will help drive that, because strong institutions and quality systems built for global competitiveness is important, because modern laboratory capabilities, digital, automated, and accredited, very critical, and because scientific leadership and industry partnership at the highest level is needed, and long-term policy commitment that transcends political cycles. They can't give you concessions today and take it back tomorrow. They can't make a policy today and change it tomorrow. There has to be consistency. That's the only way we can move forward. Let's take the next. We're almost done. Next, please. Next, please. Aha. See the one she wanted to remove me from. I have to show you. Catch it now, Abby. Case study. When I went to school, they taught us with case study. They will bring a case, and in looking at that case, you get the gist of it. Case study, that we've said, is this group, the Kachi group. We started by equipping other labs. I know the Precious said we exclusively equipped all of NAFDAC labs across the country on President Obasanjo's directive approval. And for many years, with Ayaradua, with Buhari, we were there equipping NAFDAC and giving them, enabling them to, regulate food and drug well. From there, we saw the gap with AFTA to have a private analytical lab that can, when NAFDAC is regulating, a private lab can test to make sure that what NAFDAC and SON have set as standard is being held up, objectively. So to certify products for export without rejection. We set up the Kachi Analytical Lab. We didn't take one sample until we were internationally accredited to ISO 17025. We will never take a sample until we have the international accreditation to make sure that wherever, because we are looking global, wherever the certificate goes, nobody can question it at all. Then from there, we saw the need for genomic and forensic. We also equipped genomic forensic and took it to accreditation 15189 and 17025. Now we can do paternity testing. I tell them, don't bother to test paternity. The boy calls you dad. Agree. It doesn't matter where the biological material came from. Agree. No need for paternity testing, but if you must, we can test it in Nigeria. You don't need to send your sample abroad. And then with my life experiences in oncology, we just set up the latest lab in our place. It's an oncology research lab, partnering with that man that had those slides, that had the thing at USC, that did the sabbatical at USC, Professor Rotimi Thomas. And together, Covenant University partnering with Kachi, we have begun to do research to find what drives cancer in black men, prostate cancer in black men, and breast cancer in black women. Be praying for us that we find success. And yes, when they gave me that award, I dedicated it to finding cure solutions for cancer in black Africans. And we haven't stopped. We're doing it. We have our lab live now. We have employed the staff to begin that research. It's ongoing. Don't clap for me. I'm still talking. So we this girl is harassing me. She's standing behind me. Delta Plus is a medical diagnostic lab in Delta. Okay, next slide. We're done. Come. Let's finish this thing together. So we have analytical lab. For you know what analytical does? It is internationally accredited. We have genomic and forensic lab accredited. We now have an oncology research lab. We have standards policy and span leader. Okay, they're talking about me there now. And the Kachi company, we're ISO certified. We're ISO certified by SON to 2000, what is that thing? 9007 2015. Everything we do is quality. Let's do that. Let everyone who is in the science space understand that science cannot be done without insisting on quality. Let's take the next one. Next one, that's the last one. No, okay, extending Nigerian science progress across Africa is important. Like I said, Nigeria is Africa, Africa is Nigeria. Next one. Let it be the end now. Next. Yes! See, we ran through it. Thank you. We look forward to partnering with you, with SPAN, and with Kachi. So follow us, like us. And my handle is Kate Issa. Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Keep me here for 4 hours. You want me to cut my... You're not serious. Did I take more than 20 minutes? I didn't think so. You did. No. It was 20 minutes. Actually,
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kate Ikechi. Please, let's celebrate Dr. Kate. That was such an amazing session and also interesting one. Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, so right now, please, ma'am, would like for you to come back on stage after the pictures, as we have an award to present to you. Thank you, ma'am. All right, ma'am. I'd also like to invite Mrs. Patricia Osazoa. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Here, ma'am.
Wow, let's just go. Let's go. Wow, yeah. Wow, that was an amazing section. Prof, I don't think she's in the right industry. I think she should be in the universities teaching every one of us. Okay, sorry, man. Okay, let's. Yeah. Okay, thank you. You should drag her. She should be in universities. It's a great privilege. Please, we need to hear more of this. She has a way of, like, you can't sleep. She has a way of carrying you along and making it possible that you have to learn this thing. Please give her a round of applause. It's a great privilege, and we are happy, and we're thanking you for being a part of VCL exhibitions, for the support, and for all you do for science in Nigeria. We see all you do at SPAN, and we appreciate you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. VCL staff, where are the rest of them? All right. So from all of us at VCL, we are saying a big thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Bless you.
Thank you so much. Oh.
Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Kate Ikechi, sir, for that amazing session. All right, moving forward, we have another brilliant speaker that will be coming up for another exciting session. Before I introduce this speaker, let me lead with this context. The food on a table, the food on a plate at a major hotel, a school canteen, or a hospital kitchen passes through many hands and processes before it arrives to the final consumer. Pesticide residues from farming, veterinary drug residues from animal products, and heavy metals from contaminated water or soil can all travel invisibly through those processes. Detecting and managing those chemical hazards is one of the least visible but most critical parts of food safety. It's on this note that I will be introducing our next speaker shortly. Okay, so who is our next speaker? All right. So moving on, who is our next speaker? Our next speaker is a food safety manager at Transcorp Hilton Abuja, one of Nigeria's premier hospitality institutions. In a high-volume food service environment, serving thousands of guests daily. Food safety is not theoretical, it is operational, and it brings a frontline practitioner's understanding of how chemical hazard management works in real high-pressure food environments. And this esteemed speaker will be presenting on the topic pesticide residues, veterinary drug residues, and heavy metals. And this person is none other than Mr. Temitope Ojo. Please, let's put our hands together as we make welcome our very esteemed speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm not going to take so much of your time. Of course, I understand that people have to, go back home. What we basically want to look at, of course, we've been talking about foodborne pathogens. We've been talking about microorganisms. We just want to shift a little bit, to other, aspects of food safety that is actually very common and is with us here. And most likely, we might not be paying so much of attention to it because it's not something that is going to give you something acute. You are not going to fall ill easily. You are not going to immediately. But it's something that's probably going to come up later. And that is why I want to look at this, the pesticide residues, veterinary drugs, and then heavy metals in food. For an organization like mine, where I work in the hospitality industry, it's a big issue for us. Bringing in raw materials, especially agricultural produce, that come in, from time to time. And unfortunately, you are not able to determine if that food item is safe or not. So ours is such, an organization, especially when you look at hospitality industry, that when they are bringing, of course, we went to have a lunch. You didn't bother to ask if, the lunch you had, if there are certain pesticide residues there. Of course, you are not going to know. If the meat you ate, if it has antibiotic residues, you are not going to know. So it's a little bit challenging, and you have consumed that. Of course, you are going to enjoy it. Probably you are not tasting it, and you feel that it's safe. And because you are not vomiting at this moment, you are not stooling, you feel that that food is probably safe. But of course, you have some other things there that can actually give, something a little bit more chronic. And then we can now start talking about cancer when the organs become weaker at the age of 50-something, 60-something, and then it becomes more serious. So that is why it is important for us to pay attention to pesticide residues, veterinary drugs, and heavy metals, especially in the context of Nigeria, where we know that quite a lot of things are actually going on in the farms that we are not, probably aware of. Please, next slide. Now, basically, if you look at most of the chickens that we eat, of course, about 95% of them contain, 94 to 95% of them contain antibiotic residues. All right, and I can tell you this because I test for them. All right, I check. So when you bring, even from very popular brands, so when you bring, there are certain ways to actually check, to actually quickly do something, to get an idea if this could actually have antibiotic residue or not. All right, even with respect to even in spite of the fact that you are going to share specifications, with some of these, bodies, some of these suppliers, you still find out that they bring some to you because they are assuming you will not know. All right, so that is one of the things. And we love chicken a lot. But of course, when you look at them, they contain quite a lot of these antibiotics. And when you look at fish too, a lot of veterinary drugs. okay, are also there in some of the, maybe the catfish and all those ones, they are there and we are consuming them. For beef, the same thing, 74% of them contaminated, okay, with antibiotic, residues. And then vegetables also with pesticides. You will need to look at some of these things because those pesticides are there. The farmers will use them, the traders will use them in the market, and they are going to just make everything look okay for you, and then you just come and you buy, you consume. And here, we have quite a lot of this in a place like Lagos, in Abuja, in Ibadan, in Kano, okay, in major cities, and that is where we are going to have them. But it is becoming very, very dangerous. Okay, it is getting to an alarming rate, and we all have to pay attention, okay, to this. Next slide, please. Now, we have certain ways in which pesticide residues can actually get into our food items. The same thing veterinary, the same thing heavy metals. Now, over-application during pre-harvest period is one thing that usually brings some of these pesticide residues. All right, so you have what we call PHI, that is pre-harvest interval. All right, that pre-harvest interval is the time at which when you apply pesticides, okay, to a particular plant, you need to allow it to actually wean off, okay, before you now harvest. Okay, so in most cases, depending on the kind of pesticide you are using, it could take about 2 weeks, okay, to 3 weeks before it can wean off. But you see some of our tomato growers, some of our pepper growers, they just go maybe within about 5 days, they harvest them, and then they take them to the market for everybody to buy. And when you get to the market, you see some of these tomatoes shining, having very shining appearance, looking like as if they are oily, then you feel that, yeah, that is a fantastic one. It's very fresh. Okay, and then you go home, you consume them. But of course, you're also taking in some of these pesticide residues inside, and what is going to happen is bioaccumulation. It's going to continue to accumulate because you really do not have any means of actually taking them out. All right, so that will be bioaccumulation, and at a point in time, when it actually gets, okay, to that particular minimum dose, you have biomagnification, and it becomes a big problem. So when you go to our markets, you will see some of these things because they've applied those chemicals, they didn't allow them to clear, okay, they harvested them, and then they're in the market, and then everybody is buying. You have tank mixing, okay, you see vegetables, most times, you see some vegetables that are very green in the market, very green, okay, luxuriant, okay, and you feel that, okay, this thing is actually, is this thing very fresh? Okay, you are going to be convinced that the thing is fresh. Actually, it might not be fresh because there's something called tank mixing where you can actually have about 5 insecticides. You could have, they can put lambda cyhalothrin, they can put dimethoate, they can put clopyrifos, diclovos, they will combine them. Aluminum phosphide, they will combine them at different concentrations higher than the label requirements. Okay, and then when they do all this combination, they just spray, okay, on those things before they are even harvested. And they will be very green. Okay, it's one pass, it's just one pass. They don't need to come back and then keep doing it. Just one pass. They do it, it's very effective for them because there will be no insecticide, no pesticides, but they will be very green. They'll be very green because there will be no wilting, no yellowing, okay, because some of the, organisms, okay, some of the pests that could cause the yellowing or anything, they are not available. So everything is going to be very green for an extended period of time. But these things we're also consuming, and then it's getting into our system. Use of banned products, we have quite a lot of banned products that they're using, especially organochlorines. Okay, the likes of, some of these lindane, okay, that are usually called gabalin 20. You see that people are still using. You have DDT, otapiapia. All right, it's something that is common. We hear otapiapia, buy otapiapia. People are buying them, and then they are putting. That's DDT is banned. Okay, it's been banned. You have endosulfan that people are still using because some of these things, once you put them, it's going to take a long while, okay, before they can come back. That is if they come back at all because they are very stable. So they will continue. So, and that is what some of our farmers actually want. Storage, fumigants on greens. It's the same thing on grains. For example, you have a place where you want to do fumigation, especially in the markets. You have a store, and some of these things are not covered. The grains are not covered. They just do the fumigation. They don't allow ventilation. And these are all things. They settle there, and once the fumigation is done, maybe the next few hours, you are there to buy. All right, this is an issue, and it's something that we need to pay attention to. For veterinary drug residues, prophylactic antibiotics in feed is another problem. So sometimes when you have certain feed that you want to give maybe broilers, for example, it is possible from where the feed is made that they've added tetracycline. All right, so they add it so that, of course, there won't be any form of issue. Okay, but that is an antibiotic, and that is one of the reasons why we are talking about antimicrobial resistance, AMR, which is one major problem that everybody is now dealing with. Okay, so they add them, there is a selective pressure, some of the bacteria become resistant, okay, and some of these bacteria, they can even, from the resistant genes, they can even pass on to other bacteria, okay, through horizontal gene transfer. They'll pass them to other bacteria, and before you know what is happening, they get to the environment, they get to the plant, we consume them, okay, and those bacteria also get into us, and they are resistant. And the next time you want to use tetracycline, you feel that if you want to do MCS, you just feel that you see the list of the things you are resistant to, of the antibiotics you are resistant to, and you're not able to do anything about it. All right? It's going to be very difficult. We've seen people who they could not find antibiotics to treat their infection. You will need to go back, you will get to the hospital will look at it again, they will say, go back for another MCS. Okay, then they will go, you go the second time, they will do another profile for you. You come back again, they will see saying, there is nothing. We are resistant to all of them. We are finding it difficult to be able to get something sensitive. And by the time they now want to get one that will be okay for them, you will see how much they're going to be selling that particular antibiotic. And these are some of the reasons why we have them. You have overdosing and wrong timing, ignoring withdrawal periods. It's also the same thing for animals. You can inject animals, you can give them certain antibiotics, and you do not allow them to wean off. So you go to certain abattoirs, you see, because some of those things have been done without veterinary, service, without any overall oversight at all. Then you see that they have been given certain antibiotics, certain veterinary drugs, they've not been allowed to clear. They slaughter them, and then they give to everyone. And then we all go there, we buy, we still take them in. These are some of the issues we're having, and unprescribed use of drugs. Oil spills, for example, when you go to, Niger Delta, this is one of the areas in which you are definitely having heavy metals coming in, because you have some of these oil spills, and then you can actually have quite a lot of things ongoing. Industrial effluent discharge, mining and smelting activities, especially up north, okay, where you're going to have some of the mining activities releasing lead, releasing cadmium, okay, and then it's going to actually get to the environment, and if you plant around that area, it's going to absorb them. Okay, the plants will absorb them. These are one of the issues that we are actually having. Next slide, please. Now, some of the high-risk food categories that we have are the ones that we have here. From my experience, I have seen that water leaf, if they bring water leaf now to where I'm working, I usually doubt. I will look at it very well, because it's one of those particular vegetables that they usually bombard, if you like, with some of these pesticides. Peppers is also very high, okay? When it comes to pesticide, tomatoes is medium, they don't usually do, but for pepper, you have a lot. For cassava, you can have heavy metals there, okay? Arsenic, cadmium, okay, you have them there. Catfish, you usually have a lot of antibiotics, very high there. Chicken, also antibiotics. Veterinary drugs in eggs. Okay, there are certain times that when you want to actually introduce the antibiotics to some layers, there's a particular time that once you know that they're going to lay, you should not administer certain antibiotics. So when you administer, they also go into the eggs. And you are still going to eat them, and there is nothing you can do about it. Even if you fry, they're not going to go. Okay, they're not going to go, they will still remain there. So these are some of the issues that we need to look at. Rice, also pesticide, you can have them, it's usually low, usually have more of arsenic in rice, in most cases, that's a heavy metal. Next slide. Okay, so we've spoken about the pre-harvest violation and most of the things that we have here when it comes to tank mixing, storage, and all that. We will now need to understand that some of these veterinary drug, misuse, just like I've said, the withdrawal period is one thing we must know. And this is one area where we actually need our veterinarians to help us. In some of those abattoirs, we are supposed to have veterinarians there. Okay, we will be checking. Maybe they want to do antemortem inspection. We will be checking and say that, look, you might not really be able to slaughter this because there's an issue. There could be an antibiotic there, and there must be a way for them to be able to test that this particular thing contains antibiotics that have not weaned off, or veterinary drugs that have actually not weaned off. Let's go to the next slide. The health impact assessment, when you look at what some of these things can do, neurotoxicity is one of them. You just find out that you're having a headache. You can't explain. You are feeling dizzy. You can't explain. all right? You are having impaired concentration. Your concentration span becomes a little bit lower. It becomes a little bit shorter, all right? You are vomiting. You feel dizzy, you feel nausea sometimes. And you might feel that, okay, yes, I've been going to the hospital, they've been treating me, they will treat you of malaria and typhoid. Those are the normal things. But before you say Jack Robinson is back, all right? And then you are wondering what is actually happening. You feel that they're giving you wrong diagnosis. Of course. So there could be neurotoxic issues that you might not really be able to explain. These are some of the effects. Developmental issues, even in children. You could have some of them missing their milestones. You could have them having what you call delayed onset diseases. Cancer is also there. Now you're having young people having cancer. Okay? Because you can have developmental issues because some of these lead, cadmium, heavy metals, they can accumulate in the bones and muscles. So even during reproduction, that could be an issue. You can pass it on to them. So we're also talking about our future here, which is key, which is actually very important. Kidney damage. You can have renal, malfunction, dysfunction, which can come as a result of some of these things. So the health burden is very, very heavy, okay, upon us, and we need to begin to look at this. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things we're expecting, our regulators to do is to actually ensure that we follow what the Codex Alimentarius Commission has said, especially with respect to MRLs, maximum residue limits. We have more than 6,500 MRLs. Some of them we are not actually implementing in Nigeria. Of course, we need to domesticate those ones that are relevant to us. But even the ones we are domesticated, we are not enforcing. So because the regulators do not really have that particular technology to check. So if you go to the market now, what do they check? What do they do? There is nothing. You go to the market, sometimes you see some fish, a particular fish, maybe somewhere, and you are happy to consume because you are not seeing house flies, around the fish. You say, oh, yeah, no house fly. This is hygienic. This is very good. They have added a lot of pesticides, okay, to chase, some of those house flies away. You will see in some cases, you will see the house flies dead. They will be around water channels. They are dead. Because immediately the house flies actually perches on the fish, they die. And they will just, scrape them off. So you are happy. But it's really the regulators probably do not have the technology to be able to go and say they want to check some of these things in the market. And so everybody is just consuming. Okay, this is important, okay, for us to ensure that we domesticate what Codex Alimentarius Commission, has actually said. It's the same thing when you look at plantain, banana. We are all aware they ripen with carbide. All right, so probably more than 90% of the plantain and banana we take, once they are ripe, they are with carbide. Okay, and you will eat, some of these things because it deposits quite a lot of things. You are still going to consume them. Some people have stopped taking banana because of that. Some people have stopped taking the plantain because of that. In my workplace, if you are coming, because we reject a lot of things if they are not actually, going well, we have a means of actually checking carbide in the banana instantly, within 10 minutes. So if you are bringing it in, and then it's actually showing that there is carbide there, we send you back. It's unfortunate sometimes when a guest come, high-end guest, and they say they want to eat plantain, they say there's no plantain. What? There's no plantain in the hotel? All right, it's unimaginable. But of course, we're happy to go there and defend some of them that, look, the ones that they were bringing had carbide. And some of them we understand. Some of them we don't understand because they don't even know what to call carbide. They just want to eat plantain. So it is the same thing. Most of these things that we are consuming, they are actually endangering our health. But it's going to be later that people will get to know that this is it. Unfortunately, if anybody has cancer, the doctors are not able to tell you what caused it. They'll just say you have cancer. All right, and they will just begin to assume, maybe, were you doing this? They will ask you questions. Have you been smoking? Have you been doing this? Have you been doing that? You say no. Almost all the questions they'll be asking you, you say no. But anyway, you have cancer. All right, so these are basic, issues that we all need to look at. Next slide, please. Now, detection. Let's talk about a little bit of detection. And it's one of the things that I want to encourage us. There are certain rapid test kits that we can now begin to get, okay, for pesticide residues. I use them. So when you are bringing certain things to us, I will just bring out this particular kit, all right? It's just something that is just colorimetric. It changes color. So you could have about 10 or 12 pesticides there. Most of them are either carbamates or maybe organophosphates. So those ones that are very popular that are used, like diclovos in sniper, I know that that's very popular in Nigeria. All right, so I'm able to actually check instantly if diclovos, if a sniper is in something or not, if the DVP is in something or not. So immediately they bring them. It's just about you getting some of them, putting water, and then actually adding it, okay, to that particular kit, which is like a paper, and then you fold. If it changes, there's a kind of color it's going to change to, you will know that these things, all these, any of those 15 or 10 pesticides that are listed there is actually there. And so I have the opportunity of actually quarantining them. And if I now want to know which of the pesticide is there, then I send to the laboratory for confirmation. Okay? So that is happening. So when you are bringing something to us, you know that we are going to check if it has pesticides. And if it has pesticides, it's going to be returned. It's going to be rejected. Because most issues that we are having also could come from our raw materials. And there will be nothing you can do to it during production. You don't have the technology to be able to modify, to be able to remove them. So it is important, it is key for us to start checking. Okay, and also to regulators too, for us to start checking. When you go to the market, you can buy some of these rapid test kits. Okay, if you check and you see anything that you can suspect, you have a level of suspicion, then you can actually take those things, quarantine them, get the sellers or the traders to probably come and see you in the office, and then you can send to the lab. And the lab can actually confirm if it is there or not. But definitely something is there. So this is key. We need to start working on detection. Okay, detecting them, because there's nothing else we can do. We will not be there when they're actually applying them. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so now this is about now looking at how to prevent. We need to work on integrated pest management, especially for our farmers. They need to know, because if you are looking at something, if you are telling them not to use something, you now need to tell them exactly what should they be doing. So government also, or regulatory bodies also have to do more about integrated pest management, telling them this is how to do it. Okay, how can they do without antibiotics? We need to also start telling them. You can now look at probiotics in feed, prebiotics in feeds, okay, phytobiotics in feed. Okay, the prof from University of London, I think, was mentioning something like that about AMR, okay, where you can actually look at some plant extracts, okay, that you can introduce into feed. And those things will actually make sure that your livestock does not contract any form of disease or any form of infection that you now need the antibiotics for. These are all things we need to look at, basically. And we need to start working on them. We need to start looking at them very rapidly and looking at what can we do to actually stop this. Otherwise, the future of our children, okay, is not very well guaranteed when it comes to health. Because we'll just be talking about cancer. It wasn't something popular. It wasn't something common for an African man to have cancer, okay, before now. But now we are now talking about it. It's becoming something else. And these are some of the reasons why they are coming. Because we are not really paying so much attention, okay, to these pesticides, to these antibiotic residues and veterinary drugs, okay, and other things like heavy metals. So it is key, for us to actually understand this. Thank you very much.
Right on time. Thank you so much, Mr. Temitope Ojo. Please, another round of applause for our speaker. Sir, please, we have an award to also present to you, so would like you to please come back on stage. All right, very quickly, just a moment. Okay. All right, I'll also be inviting Mrs. Patricia Osazuwa up on stage to present the award. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are appreciating you from VCL, from all of us. We're saying thank you for your impact to the industry and to science in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Temitope Ojo. Thank you so much, sir. Easy. Okay. All right, to last but definitely not the least speaker. I'll be introducing the last speaker, but definitely not the least for today's session, for today's event. That's day 2 of Scientifrika 2026. Before I introduce our next speaker, let me lead with this context. Most people think about pathogens as bacteria or viruses, but some of the most dangerous threats in Africa's food supply are invisible fungi producing toxins called mycotoxins. Aflatoxin, one of the most well-known, contaminates grains and groundnuts across sub-Saharan Africa and is linked to liver cancer and stunted growth in children. These toxins do not disappear when food is cooked. They cannot be seen or tasted. And in many African markets, they go completely undetected. So on this note, I'll be introducing our next speaker, who is a full professor of microbiology and director of linkages and international programs at Adekunle Ajasin University, Akoko in Ondo State. In December 2025, she was conferred a fellowship by the Mycotoxicology Society of Nigeria in recognition of her outstanding contributions to mycotoxicology, food safety, scientific research, and gender-responsive agricultural development. She has presented her research internationally, including in Belgium, and has been recognized by the United States Embassy in Abuja for her work in science and community development. She's a founder of the Voice of Women in the Development of Agriculture, VALDA. And she will be presenting on the topic, mycotoxins and biotoxins. Please, with a loud ovation, can we make welcome the very esteemed and distinguished Professor Yemisi Adefunke Jeff Agbola. Please, let's keep it going until she's up on stage. Thank you so much. Welcome, ma'am.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate the organizer of this event for the privilege to be here. And please permit me to adopt the existing protocol and extend my courtesy to everyone in the hall. Yeah. When I was called upon to give presentation on mycotoxin and biotoxin, I was like, oh God, it's going to be an extension of classroom. And I wouldn't want to come and bore the audience with just like as a teacher in the class. I said, okay, what am I going to do? That was why I brought this topic from invisible poison, because I was envisaging that, okay, we're going to have farmers, we're going to have food handlers, market women, the scientists, the researchers, the professors, everybody. So what can I do to really pass this message across to everyone? And now look at it, poison, mycotoxin, poison, okay. From invisible poison to global solution. We are winning Africans' war against mycotoxin through borderless science and innovation. And we are transforming invisible threats into global opportunity. Thank you for the introduction. And I want to say good afternoon, good evening. I greet everyone, my colleagues, guests, the policymakers, the innovators, and fellow scientists. Now, imagine every one of us, we are all seated here to enjoy a meal with a family. And the food looks so fresh. It looks so delicious. It smells good and nice. And it tastes perfectly normal. Yet, eating in the food inside the meal could be compound causing that is capable of causing cancer. We've been talking about cancer. And this compound is capable of suppressing immunity and impairing child growth and destroying livelihood. And this frightening reality is that these toxins are very invisible. You don't see them, but they live with us. In fact, they are so common right now. We have a program that we do with the United States Department of Agriculture. We are on African Food Safety Initiative. So we train the trainers on food safety, on development of standard operating procedures for vendors, formal and informal markets. And so we went to the market to buy some granola, and we took it to the lab. The granola looked so fresh, crispy, very nice, tasty. By the time we did not culture these granola, but we just put it under stereo microscope, come and see Aspergillus flavus. In fact, we were so surprised that they look so visible under the stereoscope without culturing them. I said, these are the things we're eating. And the food, the crops, the agricultural items look so inviting. So you look at it today. Today, I want to take you on a journey from invisible poison to global solution. A journey that connects science, innovation, women leadership, food security, technology, and international collaboration. Because winning Africans' war against mycotoxin will require science without limits and partnership without border. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm still on for the first slide. Second slide, please. Okay, yeah, thank you. So looking at this, Africa as a continent. And before we discuss mycotoxin, I'm still going to explain what mycotoxin is all about, which is the poison. Okay, before we discuss mycotoxin, there are some innovative solutions and food safety innovation that I would like us to appreciate the bigger picture of this African picture. For a very long time, we'll be thinking about what can we do to curb this mycotoxin scenario starting from Africa. Now, I could remember in 2014, I was invited by an organization in the US, and then Bill Gates Foundation. So we were talking. They asked me a question. They said in the olden days that our mothers used to tie corn upside down, maize upside down in their kitchen. And then they will cook with their with firewood, and we were not having the issue of mycotoxin contamination. People were not dying of cancer and all that. Now, the moment we started replacing the traditional technological method with the latest technology, don't you feel like that was when all these things started getting into our food? And then we now show pictures of where we pile up our maize because there's no space to pile them up. So we now stack them up, and then we invade the maize. They said, can't we do research in that regard or go back to that? I said, I don't know who is going to go back to that method of tying corn upside down in the kitchen, and we will be using firewood because it's women that do most of this stress. And then most of our women are looking for smart ways of cooking, including me. I can't use firewood. So they said we should look into that. I said, okay, up till now we have not looked into it. So today we gather under this theme, Science Without Limits, African Without Border. And this theme could not be more timely. We live in a world where scientific discovery made the one laboratory can transform lives across continents. A world where food produced in one country is consumed in another. So we just transfer our food. In fact, we now have most of our food being imported. And a world where a challenge affects a farmer in a remote African village can have implications on the international trade, public health, global food security. So this presentation is simply about toxin in food. It is about how science can solve some of the humanity and most pressing challenge. It's about transforming research into impacts. We are tired of publication. We publish because we want to have promotion. Is our publication going down? Is our publication impacting people's life? It's about converting scientific knowledge into practical solutions that improve lives, and it's about demonstrating that Africa is not merely a participant in global scientific conversation, but a leader capable of generating innovative solutions for the world. And so, when you look at this, we are thinking of what can we do, the future, where we are. The future is all about the science. You look at our forefathers, our mothers. They have a lot of a lot of innovative solutions. They couldn't just explain. And up to now, we are still leaning on their traditional methods to do most of the things we're doing. But we are improving, but we make reference to all those ones. So it means these people really know science, but they couldn't communicate it to us very well. And so African inspired. Now, so many traditional methods that we use in cooking food, in preserving things in the olden days. It is from us that globally everybody is learning. But the same Africa, now people are running away from our solution and adopting other countries' solution. Okay, next slide, please. When you look at this, it says, will you eat poison if you could not see it? Now, if they tell us that, okay, we have very beautiful food here, and then, but inside this food, it's nice, it can make you grow well, but there is poison in it. Because we can now see the poison. Nobody will want to eat such poison. Yeah, nobody will want to eat it. The answer is almost that nobody will eat the poison because we cannot detect them with our senses. We can't detect this. Spiritually, I don't know. We can't detect poison in our food except that God help you to detect it. Physically, you can. Now, we can detect if milk is sour, we know through the taste, even the smell. If food is rotten, we see this. If water smells bad, we know. But mycotoxins are different. They operate silently. Every day, millions of people consume contaminated food without realizing it. And that is why I often describe mycotoxin as one of the most successful invisible enemies in the food system. And that is precisely why science must make the invisible to be very visible. So we are just trying our best. Now, with the work we are doing, we have partnership with, because we can't just be in university, because university, we are in university. We really need to get down, we need to bring government into center of discussion. So we have to go and meet the government, and then we are part of what their activities. Now, this week and next week, we are doing World Food Safety. This is World Food Safety Month, and the World Food Safety Day is June 7th. And Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare will start our World Food Safety probably tomorrow from Lagos, Abuja, sensitization and all that. And with the market women and all that. And these are the things that we are doing too as researchers with our students. Now, the other time they were talking that government needs to do more, this needs to do more. I said, this food safety of a thing that we're talking about is everybody's business. How many times have we gathered people around us to educate them about food safety issue? How many times have we told them that, okay, when you get to the market, you know, the vegetables you put on the ground, you're not supposed to put it on the ground. Now, we also train, we are developing special operating procedures on ECOWAS harmonized risk-based inspection guide for informal and formal markets. And then we now remember that we wanted to harmonize it based on maybe US template. Their farmers' markets, they don't put their food, agricultural commodity, on the floor, on the ground. But here our people that sells commodity, that sells vegetable, everything, they come around and drop on the floor. It's very, very wrong. How many times have we gone to tell them that, please, whenever you want to drop this, you can use nylon to put it and all that. But we keep quiet. I don't want them to think that, I don't want them to feel bad. Food safety is everybody's business. It's not only our government business. We don't really need to wait until there is money before we talk. So many people in Africa are not talking. We know what is good, but we're not talking because we're afraid. If we talk, the woman might be a witch. She might want to kill me. So everybody is keeping quiet. And this issue of cancer is now all over. We really need to take this food safety as a great business. So because the poison has even entered into so many agricultural food items. We're talking about grains, cereals, spices, everywhere. Aflatoxin is the most is the one that is most abundant in Nigeria and in Africa because of our climate condition. And now, even in livestock feed and all that, fumonisin is another threat. And we are struggling with this. We don't see this, but we are struggling with it. What about those people that normally dry their cassava or yam flour on the ground? Now, Aspergillus flavus is abundant on the ground. And that is why the mold will enter those cassava and all that. And before you know it, if they are not properly dried, the mold will grow. And the toxin, if it is toxigenic mold, it will be there. Several times we hear people hitting amala and dying and cancer, so many things. Because of the level of what they consume every day. If it gets to a particular level, it can kill them. But nobody is talking. You see people drying something on the ground, we just overlook and go. We see many things. So this food safety issue, it begins with every one of us. And we have to also take it down to even the people that are not educated, not all the market women, but so that they understand what we are talking about when we talk about food safety. The next slide, please. Okay, the hidden enemy, what are mycotoxins? I've talked about mycotoxins. Mycotoxin, we can see them. They are colorless, tasteless, odorless, eat stable, you know. The worst part of it is like when mycotoxin contaminates agricultural items, even cooking cannot remove it. And so the best thing is prevention is better than cure. And that's why part of the awareness creation we're doing, right, even with our students in the university, whenever we have opportunity to have roundtable discussion or discussion every time. I happen to be a pastor's wife. Even in the church, no matter what I want to talk, I still talk about food safety. Any opportunity for me to talk, I talk about food safety. So we tell them that, see, this thing that is causing cancer and processing cannot destroy it. Is it not better for you to prevent it from entering into it? Now, through storage. During storage, you don't stack your things on the ground. You don't stack it closer to the wall and all that. And then you have a moisture content at which you store your crops. So with that, you'll be able to prevent the storage mold. And even during harvesting, there are so many procedures that we have to take into consideration during harvesting so that we don't harvest, we don't have cross-contamination and then of all these molds that can impart toxin into our what we have. Then we know that when we have our grains, we don't see them. Another culture that we have in this part of the continent is that most of our grains that are not good. Somebody asked me a question in the US that, how do you treat your contaminated mycotoxin or aflatoxin contaminated grains? That we heard that you normally give this to your animals, and it's true. For example, we have a maize that is not good. We pack everything. We give to our chicken. We give to our goats and all that, forgetting the fact that, those things is like a chain. Once you give to them, you're coming back to eat the animal. So every one of us, both the animal and every one of us, we're eating the same thing together. And the same thing, when you look at, there was one scenario, I had one dog, and most of the time when I travel, when I come back, I discovered that the plate of the dog normally go like black. Then my children were young. I told them, this thing looks like Aspergillus niger. It could cause respiratory, this is Aspergillus niger. It could cause respiratory infection and all that. And I was like, Mommy, you are very, they will make fun of me that this me and my microbiology and all that. And the time that this dog died, I told them to do autopsy. We needed to see what really killed the dog. So by the time they opened the heart, they discovered that it has become moldy with that black
mold that was always on the plate of the dog. That was what killed the dog. That was when my children they changed their orientation. So what these dogs are eating can also kill them. Said, I've been telling you, it's killed. So it's the same. If we now eat the animals that eat this mold, then we are also at the danger of this. So all these things that they persist through the entire food chain. We can't run away from it. Some metabolize into the egg that we eat, into the milk, as for example, aflatoxin M1, aflatoxin M2. There is nothing we can do about it. But the best thing is to prevent this thing from coming into all this. Please go to the next slide. Thank you. All right. The global burden of mycotoxin. What I wrote here is that when people hear about mycotoxin, they often think only about agriculture. But this is not simply an agricultural issue. It is a health issue. It is an economic issue, a nutrition issue, a trade issue, and a developmental issue. Now, health issue, so many things, respiratory infection, so many things. We have discovered that millions of people are at the risk of chronic exposure to this toxin annually. And then we have also linked aflatoxin to stunting. In about 40% of women that have stunted growth, liver cancer, the most is aflatoxin B1 is very, very, is the second leading cause of death, liver cancer, death caused by liver cancer. Animal losses, food waste, trade rejection. Most of our farmers are not able to transport they are not able to export their agricultural crops because of every contamination. They are not able to meet the targets, because we have our limit. There is a limit that they have the limits, the threshold that they must not get to before they can export their products. We now discover that a lot of farmers could not meet up. They are losing money annually. So this is a serious issue that we really need to talk about. Next slides, please. And in this next slides, next. All right. Oh, sorry, so tiny. Africa faces a unique challenge. Many of our staple crops are highly susceptible to fungi contamination. And our climatic condition often favor fungi growth. We know this. So, in many communities, Africa also has a unique opportunity. We have opportunity to drive into innovative ideas. But, we're just afraid that, innovative idea, if we don't have enough money, we don't have this, we are looking for those people, in another words, to come and help us. I think we need to start looking at how we can help ourselves. First, we have innovative entrepreneurs, we have emerging technologies, and we have a growing recognition that food safety is essential for economic transformation. So the question now is no longer whether we can solve this problem. The question is how quickly can we scale this solution? So we have to think beyond, as researchers, as lecturers or professors, we have to think beyond writing papers for publication, for promotion, and think about the impartation of our papers in the society. Think about what the society is going to benefit from us. And I see whenever we do inaugural lecture, is another thing we do in universities where professors bring about people to discuss about what they have done. I say, in my mind, I used to think, inaugural lecture, government officials, the policymakers need to be present so that they know what they are going to work on. Not that we are presenting what has made us to become professors and at the end of the inaugural lecture, nothing. We need to really change our mindset about bringing people together to think about innovative solutions to solve our problem. If we start solving our problem by ourselves, then other people from over there, we now see what we are doing to assist us to solve our problem. Next slide, please. Because of our time, many people are tired. Okay, the cost of inaction. We know mycotoxin contamination is not contained at the farm gates. So we just think that at the farm gate. What about beyond the farm gate? What happened? So it cascades through every node of the food value chain, silently multiplying losses, magnifying risk, and ultimately reaching the consumer in a way that are largely invisible without testing. Okay? You know, this is a serious scenario. Every time that this thing comes from the farm, it transports, it goes beyond the farm gate to everywhere, to babies. Now, researchers have been able to we have also discovered that mycotoxin, most especially aflatoxin B1, has been linked to low sperm counts and sterility in men. Now, you can imagine a woman that has some kind of level of mycotoxin in the breast milk, feeding the baby. So you look at what is going to happen to the baby. So we really need to have a holistic approach, please, next slide, to how we can talk about this, how we can. So I look at it, I look at my journey. I have a passion for food safety, and which began with simple realization. We know that food should nourish people, but not to harm them. Now we now have, every time we talk about food security, what type of food is being secured? You know, many people, they are not even concerned about the kind of food that they want them to give to people. What they're after is food security. But we cannot have food security without food safety. You know, that was what made me to have passion for food safety. So food that will nourish people should not harm them. And over the years, this passion evolved into research. I became a scientist, a technologist first. I finished my PhD and now became a lecturer and now a professor. You know, I'm a mentor to many young ones, most especially the female ones. I have innovative idea and leadership quality, and I have the privilege of working with students, researchers, farmers, policymakers, and international partners. And this experience has made me to learn some lesson that science achieves its greatest value when it improves life. And my journey continues to be driven by commitment to safer food system and stronger scientific capacity. So we have been able to bring so many innovative ideas. And recently I won a grant because I just sent the proposal to International Atomic Energy Agency about development of biosensors. So if we're talking about mycotoxin, it's very, very expensive. We don't have state-of-the-art laboratories whereby we can use LCMS, MS to quantify mycotoxins. Harmonized with EU standard. Okay, what can we do? We have quick screening equipment. So if you have the regulatory agencies and all that, you have lots of batches of agricultural items you want to analyze. Okay, we can have quick screening equipment. We can develop that ourselves in our continent, in our country. And so we wrote this proposal, we got these grants, and the phase one of it, the development of biosensor, we have completed that phase one. And we are using lateral flows device and LCMS, including ELISA, to test and to test this, and is becoming, we are getting success rates with that. And when we finish, we discover that we're going to make this biosensor to make it available to some people that will need it. Because when we go to farm, you need something to test, whether aflatoxin or whatever. What we have done so far is for aflatoxin. We are still going to do another phase for fumonisin. So whether aflatoxin is present in the crops before we start processing, that is the level, say, because we thought about quick screening equipment. They are very expensive anyway, but the one we can construct by ourselves in harmonization with the standard procedure, and then linking it up with the state-of-the-art equipment. So we had teams of researchers together. I am the lead researcher for that, and then we have done that. There are so many ideas. Let's think about ideas. Together we can fight this this, we can prevent this from coming into our system, from smiling at our faces on our table, from waking us up in the morning in every aspect of all the food we eat, in our spices, in our pepper, in everything. We can detect all this. We can come together and have a brilliant idea, work together, have been able to develop biosensor. What are the things that we can develop again? We don't have to wait wait until help comes from above. I'm a Christian. I remember when God told Abraham, he said, from where you are, look as far as you can see. He didn't say look from above. He said look from where you are. So we are looking from where we are to provide innovative solution into all these problems. So next slide, please. So looking at the research impacts across the world, this our research should never remain tapped in journal. The research should travel, it should reach farms, it should reach markets, it should reach policymakers, communities, and I'm proud that our work has contributed to knowledge generation, capacity building, mentorship, and innovations across multiple countries, but impact is not measured only by publication. Impact is measured by people's empowered. Students trained, farmers supported, women inspired, and solution adopted. And so, because I'm the founder of our Voice of Women in the Development of Agriculture, we have done a lot of innovative work because our goal is to bridge the gap between women scientists in the classroom and those farmers on the farm. So we work together. Whenever we have solution, we go to them. Whenever we are in doubt, we ask them questions because they are the custodian of traditional knowledge. So they tell us this is how they do it. We work together so that we will be able to achieve our goal. Next slide, please. Next slides. Okay, the next generation biosensor technology for mycotoxin research, I have actually discussed this. These slides actually represent one of the areas I'm most excited about my current research. The traditional mycotoxin testing is often expensive, we know that, and it's time consuming and insensitive to many communities. Before you transport your we don't really have much central laboratories, and the central laboratories we have, before you can transport your crop from the farm to the laboratory, something would have happened to even before you get there, the result will not be the same. And so this, our biosensor, is doing a lot of work. Sample may travel hundreds of kilometers to laboratory, and result may take days or weeks before we get them. So these are the reasons why we have this rapid detection that we constructed ourselves. It's faster. We need a faster detection techniques that will help us to detect this thing very well, very fast, before we send it back to the market. Now, the farmer markets, no problem. They don't have much problem. What about informal markets? Informal markets, open markets, everybody is selling, nobody is regulating informal markets. I don't know if they are regulating informal markets, but I feel like, who is regulating what is open? Who is regulating the gari that is exposed to flies and all that? Nobody is regulating them. But supposing we have regulatory bodies, in the olden days, we used to have all these people. They call them in Yoruba, wole wole. Where are these wole wole? Nobody comes to our house to check wole, to check whether we have toilets or our food is closer to our toilet or whatever. So, nobody is doing all these things. So we believe that, okay, with this advent of our biosensor, maybe by the time the governments have enough access to all these biosensors, maybe we'll be able to be regulating the informal market and talk to them that the way you are opening your food is not the best. In other countries, in advanced countries, they don't open food the way we open. And we should not continue like this. Our culture, the culture of food safety culture, is a serious culture that we really need to discuss about. Please, next slide 2. Thank you. Okay, behind the science, let's show how this technology actually works. Many people hear the word biosensor. Okay, still biosensor. Please don't let me bore us with biosensor because of our time. Is what we have developed. Please, next slides. Now, let's look at the future of smart food safety. Now, Dr. Kate told us about AI the other time. We need to be very smart. Now, we have innovative research that students are doing, that they are making AI-driven solution through their phones. They can dictate some level of mycotoxin. Because our biosensor we develop, we also had some kind of collaboration. We are not working in isolation because I'm a microbiologist. I should sit down as a microbiologist. The person will just become like that. We're working in partnership with, we have some physicists among us, the biochemists and all that. We all sat down together to find this kind of solution. And then we also have part of our team members, people in computing science and other universities. We brought together, not only in my university, different universities that have a medical related field, those in engineering. We all came together to write the proposal, and then we are now working together. Now, on the phone, you can actually use your phone to dictate whether there is contamination, mycotoxin contamination, using AI-driven tools to detect that. We have some PhD students that are working on it. You know, our research, for the mere fact that we are doing analytical research, we should match the analytical research, compare it with data, with this AI driven research, and compare it together, so that we need something very fast. We need to be very smart, and the smartness we're talking about is like, we don't want this contamination to get to a particular level. What can we do? That is the smartness we're talking about. That is the future. Now, when we are talking about future, the problem is when we talk about future, people think future is still very far. Future is today, safe. Now, when we say, I pray for your future, you will be thinking about in 100 years' time. No, the future starts from now. And the same future that they've been telling our younger ones, you are the future leader of tomorrow, future leader of tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll say you are the future leader of tomorrow. Tomorrow you are the future. When is even the future? Future is now. So we need to be very smart about the way we think about research about the future. If we don't say future is now, we'll be thinking about in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time. Meanwhile, the 10 years, 20 years, we talk about Vision 2020. Now, Vision 2020, we change from Vision 2020. Now it's Vision 2035. Because we didn't even know we were thinking about future. And 2020 came and meet us. Sustainable Development Goal. It was another thing before. Now they changed it to, okay, it has, when they now discovered it was getting closer to 2020. Now, the future is now. We really need to be very smart about our approach. Please, next slide. Okay. Now, if we are talking about science beyond borders, the challenge of mycotoxin is global. And the solution must therefore be global as well. One of the greatest strengths of science is its ability to connect people across culture, institutions, and continent. And throughout my career, I have benefited from collaborations with researchers, institutions, partners from different parts of the world. And these collaborations have accelerated innovation, expanded knowledge, and strengthened our collective capacity to address food safety challenge. Now, I have seen so many of my partners that came to meet me. There was a time, there was a problem with chocolates in a part of Germany, and I was contacted that, Nigeria are also into cocoa, they get cocoa from Nigeria, maybe 4 different countries, but Nigeria is one of them. They now told me to come and help them with the analysis of ochratoxin in Germany, in Gensing region. So I went there, we looked at it and all that, and we were able to find our findings. We were able to get our findings about ochratoxin. We also brought cocoa from cocoa beans from Nigeria to also analyze. And thank God it wasn't our own cocoa in Nigeria that was causing the problem. So I told them to look elsewhere. And so, we can't just do it together. It's only in my department. It's only in my faculty. How can you only you are, there must have been one reason or the other why you're researchers. You're not a researcher to put your light under the bushel. You're a researcher to shine your light. Let the whole world knows. Some people will say they are not going to go on LinkedIn, on Facebook, because witches and wizards are there. There are so many opportunities that I've been able to get through Facebook, through LinkedIn, because I didn't see witches and wizards. In fact, witches and wizards itself, they will even invite me to collaborate with me on this my journey. So don't let us be afraid. We are too afraid of so many things that will make our research to be hidden. Researchers, we need to really take our own research beyond the border of where we are. So Africa brings unique expertise in field of reality and practical implementation. So, the people we are looking up to, they are actually looking up to us. Now, there is an aspect of European Union funding that they cannot get without them partnering with Africa. African Union is European Union. So we are saying we matter. We matter. Without us too, we matter in the life of so many people, because they have seen our continent as a very rich continent, though we have so many challenges. But let us use the challenges we have to get innovative ideas for us, to get so many things for us. I have my sister there. Sorry, ma'am. She is a fellow of, both of us were fellows of African Women in Agricultural Research and Development. One time like this, they trained us on how to win grants. They said every year they normally return a lot of money back to Bill Gates, because Africans are not accessing the grants. It means they are looking up to us for solution, but we are looking at ourselves like grasshoppers. In our own, we look like, but we are a solution to the global world. Science beyond borders. Let's think about what we can do to improve our continent. And I'm begging every one of us, let us all collaborate together. Discussion should continue. It should not end at this conference. It should continue. When you send me a mail, I should be able to respond. When I send you, respond. Let's come together. We have so many things to do to ourselves together. We have, next slide, please, birth control innovation. There are so many birth control innovations that we have look at. Sorry, ma'am, you talked about lactobacillus. We also use lactobacillus as biological agents to control aflatoxin in some agricultural items. We have one PhD student that is about to graduate now with that innovative idea. We have a plant extract. I remember I'm a Fulbright scholar. I went to Auburn University. I have a few minutes. I will rush. Okay. What time? My time is up. Okay. So we have some biological control solutions that we have proposed. We have AI digital agricultural precision food safety measure. I think I have mentioned this briefly. Now we empower women to feed the future, because women, majority of the African women produce food, process, market, nourish, and other. Yet these women are excluded when food safety discussion is going to be discussed. For example, among the family, in Africa, and they believe that women don't have land, they don't have access to land, so it's their husband. And so when the husband dies, if the woman doesn't have a son, the family will collect what the woman has. And so whenever they want to talk about food safety discussion, food safety, even at the high class level, they will not involve women. How many women agricultural leaders are among us? So, we really need to empower women if we are to feed the future. And they said that in year 2050, Africa is going to feed the world. If we are going to feed the world, they should involve women too in part of their innovative solution. Please, next slide. My time is up. We have VALDA's Voice of Women in the Development of Agriculture. We have impact in girls' education through STEM engagement, school outreaches, and some inspiration program. We have university students, scientists, entrepreneurs, and we are contributing to national development. Right now, VALDA is part of the team that are celebrating the World Food Safety day with National Food Safety with Ministry of Health. And again, we wanted to give recommendation to National Food Safety Management Committee. VALDA was also recognized as part of the people that present the recommendation. Our next slide, please. Okay, women scientists are transforming, women scientists transforming Africa. I'm so glad I'm a woman. I'm part of the people transforming Africa. We have so many women transforming Africa. And so we are into research leadership, we're into mentoring and training, policy influencing, and all that. Our next slide, please. We lead scientific changes in the whole world, and we're happy that we are doing that. And the next slides, that's the last, second to the last is just the thank you slides. But I must say this, as we look towards 2035, I see tremendous opportunity. I see farms equipped with biosensors. That's our innovative solution. I see food safety system powered by artificial intelligence. I see women-led innovations driving scientific backbones. I see strong partnership across Africa and beyond. And I see safer food, healthier population, more competitive exports, and stronger economies. Most importantly, I see a continent that has transformed one of its greatest food safety challenge into a model of scientific innovation. The future we envisage, the future we are looking into will not happen automatically. It will require investment, leadership, partnership, and sustained commitment. But I am optimistic because Africa possesses the talent, the resilience, and the scientific capacity to make this vision a reality. The future of the food safety that we're talking about is now, is in our hands, is in the hands of every one of us. And we should all come together and use the power of partnership without border. Last slides is just the thank you slides. I would like to sincerely acknowledge the support of the Vetam Concept Limited, who brought me this way, all the way from my Ondo state to this special place, to Lagos. I shuttle between Lagos, Abuja, Ondo State. But today, I'm here because of them. The organizers of Scientifrika 2026 International Conference, Exhibition, and Workshop. Wow, this kind of conference is an innovative and wow conference. I want to say thank you to the management of this organization. I really appreciate you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yes, please. No. Okay. You can drop your laptop and then I'll present you an award. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, another round of applause for our Professor Yemisi Adefunke Jeff Agbola. Okay. So right now we'll be presenting an award to you, ma'am. So we kindly ask that you come back off stage. Thank you. I'll also be inviting Mrs. Patricia Osazoa to present the award.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Professor Agbola. Thank you for taking out time, too, to come all the way from Ondo State to give this lecture. Thank you. It was a beautiful time out with you. It was really impactful. Thank you so much. We're saying thank you once more from Vetam Concept Limited for your impact to science in Nigeria.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Professor Yemisi for that amazing session. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Finally, we have come to the end of day 2 of Scientifrika 2026. Can you celebrate that? It has been such an amazing time. It has been such an amazing time. So before we leave, I would like to especially appreciate our speakers, our panelists who have given out the time to be here today and share from their wealth of expertise, of experience, and knowledge. We celebrate you. We are thankful. Thank you so much. I believe that the quality of knowledge you shared here today will not remain in the four walls of this hall, but it will travel with every delegate as they apply it into real-life situations. To every delegate, every exhibitor, every guest, I want to say a special thank you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. 2 days down. Yes, 2 days down, one more day to go. Can you celebrate that? Yes, we are finally coming to the end of Scientifrika 2026. So tomorrow, that is day 3 of Scientifrika 2026, we'll be focusing on food fortification, efficacy and safety of micronutrient interventions, and allergen management. It is a session that connects science directly to nutrition, to consumer health, and to the policies that protect the people who eat. So I want you to come back with the same energy that you came with today. In fact, even better, come back with even better energy tomorrow, because tomorrow is the grand finale, so we want to take it a notch higher. All right, so with that said, I would like to, one more time, introduce myself. I am Precious Greg, a Master of Ceremonies and event host. And with that said, and I would also like to, on behalf of Vethan Concepts Group Limited and Scientifrika 2026, thank you one more time and wish you a beautiful evening and safe trip to your respective homes. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye.